First of all, I'll let this play. Maybe I'll turn this down a little bit. While I get the camera out. And the camera holder. Now it's time for a Patreon. How's it going, guys? It was pretty fun to play video games. So I found two games. Actually, it was pretty successful. I found two indie games that I probably will play more of at some point. Blasphemous and Loop Hero. There's one game, 1001 Spikes, that I like, but maybe not enough to bother playing it more. And then there's one game I thought I didn't like, and I was right. So not bad. Not bad. On balance, I like more of the indie games I played than not. I actually thought I was not going to like Blasphemous. I'm surprised. Darkest Dungeon, I'm sorry, but Darkest Dungeon I have to strike from the record. Darkest Dungeon that's a game I'll have to say is definitely not for me. Definitely not for me. And that's probably all I really need to say. What the hell? Dude, the Wild 9 soundtrack is what the fuck? What the fuck is this? I mean, the volume control's like not working. Oh my god, you stupid thing. Like, I need to highlight that thing and then it appears, but then I move my mouse cursor down, like disappearing, and like keeps doing this fucking dance with me. Alright, I got it. Okay. What the fuck is this music? I think we found some of the rare PS1 music I don't like here, right here. Gizmo found some of the rare PS1 music that I actually don't enjoy. It's really rare. It's really rare. So we gotta go to, here. Okay, and now we gotta, like, fix the stream for ArtStream. Here, I could do this while let me just put that there while I'm getting it fixed. And then for the purpose of, like, having a thumbnail, let me just put some art here. Let me just put some art. The purpose of having like a thumbnail, and I will use this to coordinate the stream. All right. Also, this song from YouTube like has about a minute and a half of silence after the song ends. I hate it when that happens. So I got to go to webcam properties, configure video. Gotta zoom out to about like this level. Yeah, something like that. And then autofocus has got to be turned off, because otherwise the camera goes crazy for no reason. And just kind of straighten it out. Straighten out, fix it. Samurai Showdown music. Wait a second, it's not focused now. Hold on, wait. Autofocus. Turn back on. Yeah. Oh, okay. You have to catch it when it's not. Wait a second. Why is it? Look at that. It's throbbing. Why is the camera focus like throbbing? You gotta catch it while it's focused. Then you unclick it, and then it just is normal. Usually it's not hard to do. It's like, but it was like super. It was throbbing extra. It was like extra camera throbbing for some reason. Why is the camera throbbing? This, and I need tape. I gotta get drawing implements. Look, pencils. Oh, I guess I need to change. Well, I don't need to change the title, but I wasn't remembering to change the game name either. You put it to just arts. Alright, I have some things to eat here. I have, for my dessert, I already ate my fish and vegetable dinner. Salmon and broccoli. And for dessert, I'm going to eat a kind bar, and a banana, and 2 strawberries. That's going to be my after dinner meal. Alright guys, is that okay if I eat these things? Let me know in the chat if that's okay. Man, this music is really good. Speaking of game music, this music is so good. It's so good. Alright, so like in a second, I'm going to draw stuff. As part of the Kickstarter. Oh, wait, I need a Kickstarter thing. I need a Kickstarter thing here. I don't have a Kickstarter thing. Hold on a second. Well, it's not the final day anymore. So let me go back to here and get the Kickstarter thing from here. Paste reference. Alright. There it is. So if I change this in here, does it change it back over here as well? Oh yeah, it does. I should have used the other one. Well, whatever, I guess. Okay, so there it is. Let's see. Have we gone up anymore? Or is it 1500? 1500. Maybe I should put a Chun-Li here as well. Did I put Chun-Li's here? My Chun-Li's. You know what? This song is from that Violinist of Hamelin Super Nintendo game. That game's got some really good music too. Got some real good music. Oh, speaking of good music, damn, there's so many games with amazing music. There's just so many. There's just so many. Damn. Let's get our Chun-Li's. We gotta have our Chun-Li's, right? What the? Why is it not moving? What the? They look good. They're probably pretty good. You count from Austin. Oh, I got some relatives that live in Austin. Austin's pretty good place. You watched 4 movies? Sam Neill Mini Fest. In the Mouth of Madness. Oh, you told me about Possession before. Was he in Possession? In the Mouth of Madness is like that's an amazing movie. That's awesome. That's an awesome classic movie. Last Vampire on Earth and Cecil B. Demented. I haven't seen either of those. Is it just me or does it seem unfocused? Huh. Huh. Let's kick some brains. Alright, Gizmo? Does anybody know what game this is from? I played a little bit of this game on stream. Does anyone remember? I'm gonna now eat a little bit of banana. It's something. Oh, did that? Sounds interesting. Okay, hold on. I just have to send a message to my left. This song's awesome, by the way. Oh, dude, speaking of, like, good indie game music. This is from, like, the original Spelunky, not the Steam version. Damn, that game has some really, really good music. Like, damn. The original Spelunky, damn. This isn't like the Indie Hall of Champions for, like, some of the best indie music. John Waters. I've heard of that movie, I've never seen it. I should watch more John Waters stuff for sure. Alright, let's see. Where am I starting from? Okay. I've never actually played the original Spelunky. I've only played the Steam version, which, you know, is an extremely... The Steam version is an extremely amazing game. I think it's probably better than the original version, but I'll play that one of these days. Yeah, I can't remember. It sounds like maybe I have seen Possession, but I really can't recall. I've seen a lot of movies. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to remember these, like, one-title movies. I mean, one-word title, you know, like Possession. I feel like there's got to be multiple movies called Possession. Alright, we are now drawing art. You guys like art? Just bananas. Bananas? You mean like this, Redmages? Is it like this? Oh, you know what? The stream's not starting soon, it's starting now. Let's take that off. Look, I just ate a bite of this. Talk about bananas. Look what you're watching, Redmages. What's even going on here? Yeah, dude. You like watch a lot of movies. I'm jealous of you in a way, but the reality is that, you know, I do the things that I want to watch more movies, but it's like under the heading of just stuff I don't prioritize, I guess. Video games usually video games have been winning the priority for, like, very long stretches of my life, I guess. But every once in a while, it's like really fun to just kind of marathon a bunch of movies, though. This song is from the Super Nintendo Flintstones game, and it's so good. It's like, it's the dude who does the Waterworld soundtrack. Man, he's like a secret music god. I love video game music. Do you guys know that I love video game music? It's not too loud, is it? Maybe I should turn it down in here a little bit. I think it might be a bit loud. Well, with the song requests, it tend to go up and down. So, you know, just let me know if the song is too loud or too quiet. Many days off in a row, that helps. Right. True. Which I kind of do as well, so I don't have that excuse. I mean, that's basic. I mean, you know, with as far as like with the comic goes, I set my own hours. I can take off time when I want. But generally, I don't have to work too hard if I'm not doing conventions. And when I'm doing conventions, I have no free time. But it's only like about 12 weeks out of the year. But I just tend to prioritize, video games, you know. But I got a bunch of movies I want to, like, catch up with as well. I've got a long list. And it's like I can never get to all of them. But I have a long list of video games as well. I have all these lists of, like, stuff I want to do. And, you know, it's just one of those good problems, you know. It's like, oh, well, it's better to have interests than to, like, be bored with life and not have anything you want to do. I'm going to open my time bar. Dark chocolate sea salt. Maybe Redmages. I don't know. I might have. This is Mario Paint music, right? Oh, dude, we're almost up to 1600 now. Well, I don't remember what the other thing was, Redmages, but I definitely watched those two. Both very entertaining, very good movies. Good recommendations. Well, if you think of any others, you can feel free to let me know. Maybe I'll recommend some movies to you, Redmages. Do you want some movie recommendations? I'll try to think of some movies that I've seen that you haven't. Marquee. Ah, I haven't seen Marquee. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Okay, Marquee. Alright. Have you seen The Dead Next Door? If you haven't seen The Dead Next Door, it's not exactly a great movie per se. But it's a very interesting movie. Oh, you have seen it? Oh, what did you think of it? Okay, wow. It's a pretty interesting movie because it's like super, super amateurish, but at the same time, it was like apparently secretly funded by Sam Raimi. It's a zombie movie. It's like one of those like 80s zombies movies that's like super, super referential to like all the classic stuff. That's good music. Like all the main characters are named after like the main character's named Raimi, and you know all the main characters are named after like horror references, which is like a billion horror movies that do that. But it's like super low budget. It's very amateurish, but then it has like these really professional makeup effects because apparently the movie was like funded by it was like secretly funded by Sam Raimi. And yeah, it's low budget trash, but it's super ambitious, and it's actually like at times it's like very interesting and effective and like cool and just like kind of unique. Other times it's like extremely derivative and even embarrassing. So it kind of goes back and forth between those two things a lot. So that's a movie that I find to be pretty interesting. Let me think. You've probably seen like all the Frank Henenlotter movies as well, I guess. Which I haven't even. I've only seen Basket Case 1 and Frankenhooker and Brain... Was it Brain Dead? Not Brain Dead, Brain Scan, Brain something else. Brain Damage. And, whatever the other one is. Bad Biology. Oh, that reminded me of another one. Okay, but like for Japanese horror movies. Have you seen Biozombie? Maybe you haven't seen Biozombie. I'm going to try to find one that you haven't seen. If you haven't seen Biozombie, like, I can't recommend... Oh, you've seen that? Oh, shit. Did you like that one? I feel like that's surprisingly... Like, it's very goofy, but it's surprisingly entertaining. And although I haven't seen that in a long time. Okay. Well... I know you would have definitely seen, like Evil Dead Trap and Junk and... I don't know. Oh, like Wild Zero. There's no... You would have obviously seen that, though. Oh, it's Chinese? Bad Biology? No, yeah, I haven't seen that. Don Chico, remember him? It's been a while. I still see him in costume every once in a while. Oh, Biozombie is Chinese? Is that Chinese? Oh man, I didn't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. I didn't even realize that was Chinese, really? Wow. I see. Skittles, did you know that? Skittles, let's ask Skittles. He was also a movie expert. Skittles, did you know that Biozombie was actually not Japanese but Chinese? Okay, let me try to go through my list of like obscure movies that like are worth recommending. Is there anything that Redmages like hasn't seen? Parasite Eve movie. I should watch that. I keep meaning to sit down and watch that. You've probably seen Versus? I bet you've seen Versus, right? Of course you've seen that. Okay, hold on. Oh, did you see One Cut of the Dead? What about One Cut of the Dead? That's a more recent Japanese zombie movie. It's very clever. Oh, Skittles. Pee-wee's Big Adventure is like one of the great classic movies. That movie is amazing. One of the best Danny Elfman musical scores he's ever done. Back when he was like not a hack and he actually made like really cool, good stuff. Oh, you haven't seen One Cut of the Dead? I found one. Well, maybe you haven't seen that because that was relatively more recent. Like, I think that was 2010s. Alright, look that one up. I watch pretty few recent movies myself, as you may know. But I happened to watch that one. It's super good. So One Cut of the Dead, it's just... I won't want to... It's about... It's like, to give you like a basic... Oh, no, wait a second. Actually, I can't really tell you that much about it. Like, it has some really interesting twists. It's clever. When you first start watching it, it seems like just another zombie movie. But it has some twists you really won't see coming, I guess, I'll say. It's very clever, and it's like the ending really it goes places you don't expect. And that's all I can say. It came out in like in the 2010s. And everyone I know that's seen it like really liked it. So One Cut of the Dead, zombie movie, recent Japanese zombie movie. I found one that Redmages hasn't seen, Skittles. Wait a second. What about this, Redmages? Have you ever seen Pee-wee's Big Adventure? I think Skittles would like to recommend one to you. It's called Pee-wee's Big Adventure. It's really good. I better check an art reference. Oh, it's like that? That's right. What is this from Jewel Master? Or like what is this from? Oh yeah, Jewel Master, okay. Yeah, what about the original Transformers? You know what, to be honest, Skittles, I've actually never sat down and watched the original Transformers. Now that I think about it, I never watched it as a kid, and I've never gone back to actually like watch it. What do you think about that, Skittles? That's one I just didn't get around to. I'm not like Redmages. I haven't seen absolutely every movie. I probably would love it. I don't know why I haven't seen it. But I have seen Secret of the Sword. Hey, speaking of Parasite Eve. Redmages. Let's ask Redmages. Redmages, do you like Secret of the Sword? And do either of you guys know what Secret of the Sword is? Maybe you guys don't know what Secret of the Sword is. Yeah, it's the He-Man movie. It's the He-Man movie that came out. It is the He-Man movie, but it's also the movie that introduced She-Ra. It was like She-Ra's introduction. So it's half He-Man, half She-Ra movie. I love the I think I can play. I wonder if I can play. I think I can play without getting like YouTube getting angry and muting me, I think. I love the extremely cheesy 80s theme song it has. I'm gonna play it right now. I'm gonna play it right now for you guys because it's awesome. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care. I don't care if you make fun of me. I think it's awesome. Let's listen to it. Scarring. Oh, that movie. Yeah. I know about that. But it's also what makes it so awesome. I love that. I love that sometimes these things would come out in the 80s that like just went too far and scarred children. But like that was actually so good. Like kids need that. They need to be scarred a little bit. It builds so much character. Yeah, I was pretty into He-Man as a kid. I was much more into He-Man than G.I. Joe. I like Transformers and GoBots. You guys remember GoBots? These songs, I know it's extremely cheesy, but damn, this is so catchy. It's so catchy and good. Like, goddamn. It's almost like, it's kind of like the Harry Potter thing, where like Harry Potter kind of starts out as being for kids, but as it goes along, it gets progressively more like adult with characters dying and such. Right? It's kind of like that. Like, actually, that's kind of a cool thing about Harry Potter as well. I like it. I like it when the kids stuff then like comes out with like a movie, but it's like it's darker. They need to do that now. We need more of that now. We need like more dark media for. I mean, you know, I guess these days kids like my niece and nephew like already know about like anime like Demon Slayer. Oh, wait a second. That's not. So we listened to that enough already. Do you guys like that He-Man Secret of the Song? Secret of the Sword? Maybe it's just me. Yeah, I never got into G.I. Joe. I guess just the military theme did not appeal to me as much. I don't know. Hey, why did that song skip? Oh, it's a good one too. Oh, whoops. Oh yeah, you know what? That's right. To show the Kickstarter, I've got to have this up. So let me put the. I gotta put the song request over here. That's what I gotta do. Try it that way. Victims of the marketing. Well, yeah, that is true. Victims of the marketing, or this is UFO 50. Yeah, it's from that game Mortal. Yeah, or whatever is just popular at the time. You're victims to whatever is popular. But I think we were fortunate. I think the stuff that was popular at that time is like just cool stuff. I think it's like cool, interesting. You know, it's like neat. A lot of neat things about that media. This of course, this song is from the indie game, the best indie game, and the indie game with the best soundtrack, UFO 50. Hard to believe. Monocule, what's up? Hey, Monocule, I've been streaming for 7 hours already? 7.5 hours? It's a Kickstarter stream, and there's still more to come. I've got to stream more content. Okay, now let's just go to classic, like NES Metroid. I think I'm about ready to play NES Metroid again. Mono of the Cule. Mono of the Cule, how are you doing today? Monocule. Guess what? I played 4 indie games for this afternoon stream, and I actually enjoyed 2 of them. One of them, I was surprised how much I liked it. I expected to not like it. Can you believe that? One of them, I already knew I didn't like, and now I dislike it even more. And one of them, I feel overall mixed to neutral. But I actually liked 2 indie games. I played and liked 2 indie games. 2 new indie games to me. Oh, let's get the daily beer report. While you're getting that, like here's my coffee report. Today I'm drinking decaf black coffee. And that's my report. I don't even know the brand. I have no clue. No clue, sorry. Oh, thanks, Skittles. I'm sure it's going to make it taste better. It's going to add character to my coffee. And now, let's take a quick moment to get a daily beer report from our friend Redmages. Monocule, how are you doing today? Monocule, have I ever told you that I love you? Also, I'm just about to finish my banana. Here's my banana. I ate it all. Now it's just a peel. And here's my strawberry. I'm gonna finish eating my strawberry now. I know, Monica, I know. Well, Skittles, I figure it's kind of like It's kind of like, you know, the Cold War Skittles. You know, back in the Cold War, everybody had nuclear weapons, and because everyone had them, you know, they were afraid to use them, and it kept an uneasy sense of peace. And I figure it's like, kind of like that, Skittles. Don't you think so? I like to call it the cold chat. Oh, Skittles just put his tongue in my banana. To that I say thank you, Skittles. Thank you for adding your germs, which will probably only increase my... Oh, guys. This music just came up. Guys, you know, there are times in our life when sometimes we need to take a look around us and, you know, be thankful for the things we have. You know, we're not always going to have these things. Someday, we'll have nothing. We'll just be in the ground, cold and dead, in our graves. And all those things we used to have, we won't have them anymore, because dead people can't have things. But you know what? That's why you got to appreciate the good times. Guys, that's why you got to drink beer. Beer is... It's a liquid that brings us all together. You know, it helps us remember the good times and forget about the bad times. Get together with your friend Redmages, drinking his Anchorage Brewing Company Fest beer, 5.6% German style, Oktoberfest unfiltered and naturally carbonated, insanely quaffable, high quality lager with some amazing beer can art. Anchorage beer today, and have some of that. And I think you'll be glad you did. This is a message from your friend, Flipsider. Thank you for listening. These are my last few words. Later. You know, sometimes Monocule, Skittles, and Red... I love this song. Skittles hasn't had a beer in a year or two. You know what? I'm starting to acquire... I've been working on it, like, gradually over a lifetime. You know, when I was young, I didn't... Wait. When I was a young man, there was a time when I couldn't drink coffee. I didn't like it. But I kept trying. I put cream and sugar in it, and I started to like it. Then I had coffee with pie. Now these days, I enjoy a nice black cup of coffee. But I'm still working on beer. If beer is an acquired taste, it's kind of like that thing in video games, where you have to hold the button down to make the little circle charge, only it doesn't just take a few seconds, it takes a lifetime. Plethora of beers. Yeah, Skittles, you should drink a beer with Redmages. I drank a beer with Redmages. Remember that, Redmages? I drank a beer with you and I almost kind of enjoyed it. And then, like, just like a couple weekends ago, I was hanging out with my friend Ryan, and I drank some beers and I sort of didn't mind them. I'm actually getting to the point now where I can drink beer and sort of not mind it. And you know what's funny is, like, my wife as well, like, she's in the Philippines, they drink Red Horse. That's the name of their beer, is Red Horse. All they drink is Red Horse. And my wife, like, once told me that she doesn't like beer because she thinks it tastes like buffalo piss. But now she says she actually can drink some Red Horse and enjoy it. Isn't that crazy? That's cool. So maybe, you know what? We could just say maybe it's Redmage. It's Redmage's influence. It might just be Redmage's. Yeah, I'm trying to develop it. I'm also trying to, like, ever since I started to, like, get into, like, watching more, like, weird food shows and, like, people eating interesting different foods, I kind of decided, like, I want to be able to just eat anything. I don't want there to be anything I can't eat because I don't like it. So I'm trying to, like, train myself to, like, be able to find some enjoyment with almost anything. I'm working on it. Like foods, the foods I used to, like, not eat because I didn't like eggs. I used to, like, really just avoid eggs, eating it, like hot dogs, eggs, milk, beer would be a big one. Like a few things here and there. And I'm like all of peas. I used to, like, never want to eat. Yeah, you know, I think my tolerance is building up now. I know it does, right? It's a good city for that. Like, maybe you should come live here. How did I smell? Reasonable question. Inoffensive. Yeah, that's how I smell. Inoffensive. I may sound offensive. I may say offensive things, but I smell inoffensive. And that's, look, there might be people that seem inoffensive, but if you smell them, it's a different story. So what really matters at the end of the day, right? Right. And, you know, if you're hanging out with Redmages, you have to drink beer. If you don't drink beer, that's offensive. Non-beer drinking is offensive. So, you know, I don't want to offend Redmages. So I have to drink beer. I don't have a choice. Given my preference, though, I would still rather drink rum and cokes, of course. Our water is shit? Yeah, it's funny. Like, I'm used to it. I will drink it out of the tap, and I don't notice anything wrong with it. It's probably just me, though. I'm just used to it. Hey, I mean, there's worse places in the United States for water. You can filter it. Really? Let me go, maybe. Water in the lunch. Pound sand. Pounding sand doesn't seem fun. My coffee's like getting too cold now. I can't enjoy it anymore. I think it might be time for a rum and coke. You know what? I'm gonna put my pencils here to remind you that I'm an artist. I did that? Oh, that was me? A water and a lunch? When did that happen? At, like, a convention? I don't remember that. Tell me all about it, like, by the time I come back, Montague. I'm gonna go get a rum and coke. In the meantime, look at the remains of this time bar and think about it. All right, it's time. Let's do a quick refresh. Kickstarter refresh. All right, we're still at 1595, but that's a good number. It's painful. You're trying to forget. All right, Monocule. I also forget whatever it is you're talking about. But I would like to formally apologize for my own cruelty. I hope that you can forgive me for whatever it is that I did. And now, get a coffee warmer. Oh yeah. I probably should do that. That sounds like I didn't know that a coffee warmer. I didn't really know they had those. Okay. Alright guys. I hope none of this spills onto my drawing, but I'm going to dangerously pour this right over it. Because that makes it more exciting, doesn't it? Skittles! We wanted you to hang out with us. Skittles, there you go again. Telling lies. I wish Demo was here to back me up. Demo! We're calling for you. I don't know. I sent her a message the other day and she never got back to me. I don't know if she's like avoiding me now. I miss Demo. But hey, you know what? There's people from the past that don't really come around anymore. Like I haven't heard from Insane Nachos in years at this point. You know, whatever happened to Insane Nachos? You know, like this. You know. Sometimes these things happen. Like Whammoo. Remember Wham? He hasn't been. I think I don't. Yeah. Like I think I remember Insane Nachos said like his work schedule changed, and he couldn't come around that much anymore because he was working and then you know like people's habits just change. You know? And like your coffee lukewarm? Huh. Yeah, I don't really like it lukewarm. I gotta say. Life is ever evolving. Yeah, Asian Waste. At least Asian Waste still posts in our Discord. I should try to... And he did show up for New Year's this year. He should. I wish he would still, you know, but... I don't know. And Asian Waste, it's kind of the same thing. He said he was... Like, his work schedule changed. He's, like, working really hard now. He's, like, too busy to, like, come to streams anymore or something like that, you know? And, you know, like, that happens sometimes. What can you do? Well, Mr. Leo keeps checking in. You know, he checked in earlier today. I don't mind. He still checks in, Mr. Leo. You know, Tam comes and goes. I think Tam was in here. He comes like every once in a while, like once a month. People come and go. But new people start coming, hopefully, and then, you know, the cycle continues. Like that Rogue Otter. Rogue Otter was here earlier today, I believe. I hope Rogue Otter doesn't, like, disappear when I stop playing Fire Emblem. But sometimes that happens. Seems to be really into Fire Emblem. And the Radio Man. Like, remember Third Window? That guy who like... That he was, like, that Japanese guy who was, like, a regular in my chat for, like, about a month? And it was, like, kind of cool because he, like, English was a second language and he, like, spoke Japanese or something. I wish he was still around, you know? There's a lot of people. Shark Warp. Like, Shark Warp, he did show up. Like, didn't he show up, like, a few months ago? And he was in the chat at the same time as Shark. I have a clip. You guys remember? I have a clip of my wife. Of telling my wife about... Well, no, wait. He wasn't in the chat at that time. I was just telling him about... I think I'm trying to remember. I think what happened is he showed up in the chat, and then later I was telling my wife about the Legend of Shark Warp. We have a clip about it. But yeah, I believe he showed up recently. And he was in the chat at the same time as Shark. Maybe Shark remembers. These days, Shark Warp has been replaced by Shark, who is a shark that doesn't warp. He just simply sits there. And I'm fine with that. I mean, sharks are getting lazier, but the simplicity of sharks that don't warp, I appreciate. And now we have like Shark, who is like by far the most frequent clipper of the new Flipsider content. Like all the clips are now, they all belong to Shark. You guys could learn a thing or two about him, you know? Alright. I have finished eating my Kind Bar and my fruit. My strawberries and bananas. I'm going to now consume my rum and coke, but I think it needs just a little bit more of this man. You guys know this man. His name is Admiral Nelson. Let's refresh our memories. He looks like this. There he is, Admiral Nelson, and he is our friend. He makes spice rum, and he is our friend. And Admiral Nelson, by the way, this music, I think, really suits him. Admiral Nelson is a man we can all look up to. Look how proud he is. We could all stand to be a little bit more like Admiral Nelson, I think. Look at that man. That's a man with conscience. A man with vision. I want to be this man. And that's who I aspire to. Now you guys know the real secret. It all came out now. That's the truth. That's who I really look up to. Like, that's why I'm such a cool dude. Weren't you guys wondering, like, why is Flipsider such a cool dude? It's because he looks up to and respects Admiral Nelson as his role model. A military man, sure. A pirate, a murderer. Sure, he's all that and more. But a family man? A man of conscience and principle? Yes. He's all those things and more. Admiral Nelson. He is a man. And ultimately, I am too. Half Admiral, half pirate, can't be both. Maybe he's a hybrid, Skittles. Skittles, you know how sometimes you have like the offspring of a dragon and a human, and you have like a dragon man, and then the dragon man feels conflicted because he can't decide if he like has his loyalty to either dragons or men. So he has his feet in both worlds. You know about that, Skittles? Well, it's like that's how it is for Admiral Nelson. Guys, check out my Kickstarter, Monicule. Have you seen the Kickstarter yet? We're up to 1,600. Look at that. Is he even a... Wait a second, though. Why do we think he's a pirate? He's just an admiral, isn't he? Like, look. Do you think he's a pirate because he has an eye patch? That's the only reason, right? Because he has an eye patch and a cutlass? Like, admirals can have eye patches. In One Piece, admirals have eye patches. I think he is just... he's technically just an admiral. But I think they wanted... when he... Of course, he's a real man. When he posed for those pictures to be on the bottle, they were like... They gave him an eye patch to put on so that he would just have a little bit of that, like, pirate mystique about him, you know? Yeah, oh, you know what, Skittles? That's a good point. Skittles, you make a good point. I forgot that only pirates have eye patches. Skittles, you make a lot of good points. Sometimes it's like you really change the way I think. That's what I like about it. That's why I love you, Skittles. Hey, speaking of which, do you guys want to know something? Guess who finally watched the live-action One Piece? I'll give you 10 guesses. You give up? It was me. I watched the first episode. What do you think about that? Was there anybody here who was a fan? I could swear. I know Mr. Leo. Wait, maybe was it only Mr. Leo who was like here, who was like a fan of, was like, Flip, you gotta watch live action One Piece. Was that just Mr. Leo saying that? Or I thought Monarchy will also like that show as well. I know Skittles doesn't care. Or maybe he does. Skittles, do you care? Yuck. Okay, Redmages doesn't care. He was surprisingly good. I wasn't interested either, but I might actually watch more of it. Like it's shockingly good considering it's a live-action version of One Piece, and that shouldn't work. But yeah, it was shockingly. I mean, I only watched the first episode. I was really surprised at how well it works. How like they got all the casting like pretty good. Did a good job with it. Dude, Snake's Revenge music's so good. Wow. Well, you know, I mean, that's kind of how I felt too before I like gave it a chance for Redmages. I mean, to be fair, I think it's cool that they were able to pull it off as well as they did, but it's still not the way to watch. Like the way to experience One Piece is either the anime or manga, and that's more of like a side thing that's interesting to check out for sure. But you know. Yeah, no, I mean, like, that's what I'm right. Like, because, like, Netflix shows of anime are always terrible. Like, Cowboy Bebop was terrible. Death Note was, like, terrible. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't blame you. That's how I felt as well. Oh, really? Skittles? Monocule, I finally watched the first episode of live-action One Piece. How do you feel about that? I could swear that you were one of the ones that were like, Flip, you gotta watch it. Is that you, Monocule? Definitely not. Well, Redmages, you got a point there, but for sure, they're not good at making new things. They're not good at making new things or bringing back old things or adapting things. They're not good at anything. It's modern media. But I know that's what it surprisingly. Even the soundtrack, like, it's not that great, but it wasn't terrible, I guess. There was a couple musical tracks that I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Dew on the Grass. Whoa! Exactly. Dew on the Grass. Aren't you the person that, like, only shows up for Patreon streams? I remember you. I remember you doing the grass. It's been a while. The Hill House? What's that? Yeah, well, you know what? Monocule, that's also a good point. For sure. And, like, even me, I'm also not going to watch 1,000 episodes of One Piece either. I just read the manga. Excuse me. I mean, that's, yeah. When it comes to these super long animes, usually I default to the manga. Like, I love One Piece, but I just read the manga. The anime seems awesome. I think the anime is really good. I think, like, it has a really good soundtrack. It seems like a great adaptation. But it's just... One of these days I do want to, like, maybe try to, like, fully harvest it, but it's too difficult right now. It has been a bit doing the grass. What have you been up to? I'm doing a Kickstarter. I would, Skittles. Please tell me more about the great Admiral Nelson. We need to know about that. So Redmages, you get it through the anime then, not from the manga? Vice Admiral of the White Squadron of the Fleet, Commander Chief's Majesty's ships and vessels Mediterranean, Duke of Bronte, and wow. Well, that's great, Skittles. Now I know so much more. I'm gonna totally remember all of that as well. Where are you getting that? Is that from Wikipedia? I see you on the grass. I appreciate that. Well, that's cool. You can do what you want, but I appreciate you chiming in. It was enough, Skittles. It was enough. You have yet to recognize the game. It's fun to listen to someone who does. I mean, do you like how much do you know about retro games? This is from Mega Man X. Like, are you familiar with Mega Man X? It's from Mega Man X4. I have a lot of like more obscure stuff, but a lot of the music on here is not super obscure. You know, it's like Mikami Tensei music, there's Final Fantasy music. But there is a bunch of like more obscure game music on here, because that's what I like. I like all 90s game music. Like all the depths of it, like the popular stuff, Speaking of which, this is from this is from Elder Scrolls. You know Elder Scrolls, right? This is from the first one, Arena. I don't like the soundtrack of Skyrim. I didn't really care for Skyrim when I played it, but when I played Arena, I was like, oh, dude, the music's actually good. I was actually surprised. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I just wanted to announce that I've watched a little bit of live-action One Piece, and I may watch more at some point. I liked it. He lost his sight in his right eye in 1794 in Corsica. I just like that name, Corsica. It just sounds cool. Corsica. I wish I was from Corsica. His right arm in 1797 during an attack on Santa Cruz. How do you think he lost his right arm? Was it cut off by a falchion? DS and Wii shovelware. And that would be stuff that I have very little knowledge of. Very little. We played a little bit of it here and there. And I had a DS and a Wii, but I mainly I didn't really play a lot of, like, I played like a few games. Like I played the mostly popular stuff. Yeah, I agree. I mean, well, sometimes it's alright, Redmages, but it's never as good as the anime. Like, anime is just a better way to adapt that stuff than live action, generally. And it's just kind of like, why even do it in live action? There's already an anime. Like, anime would just be better. Like in the case of, so there's that show, Alice in Borderlands, which was like popular on Netflix for a while. I think it ended now, but that's based on a manga called Alice in Borderlands, which is, it's one of these like Game of Death shows that I'm obsessed with. I love Game of Death. It's actually my favorite genre of like anime or mangas, like games of death. So like Kaiji, Liar Game. Well, some of these are not, some of them are not life or death. Like in the case of Liar Game, it's more just like going into debt. And same thing with Kaiji. Sometimes Kaiji can be either or, but like that kind of thing. Like Liar Game, Kaiji, Akagi, Alice in Borderland, As the Gods Will, Gamblefish, What are some other ones? And then some equivalent like style of games. Like the equivalent thing, but like in game form would be like Zero Escape games, Virtue's Last Reward, Danganronpa games. I love all of that. I just love that whole. I love that whole genre. Oh, and of course, Squid Games would be like the highest profile one now, which very much takes from like Liar Game and Kaiji, but it then dramatizes it in like a live action form that is like extremely well acted and good. Though the games are not as interesting as like stuff like Kaiji, but. What is it, Monocule? Doubt you about what? I should buy a Chevy Corsica? That's true. Oh, Uzumaki. Oh, yeah, true. Uzumaki would be a rare example of an adaptation of a manga in live action that's better than the anime. The anime for Uzumaki was surprisingly not good, wasn't it? Surprisingly not very good. It seemed promising from clips, but then you watch it, and it's just, yeah, that was such a disappointment. The live-action Uzumaki from the 2000s is, like, it's not the best adaptation. Like, it leaves a lot on the table. It doesn't fully adapt the manga. So it leaves you kind of wanting more, but it's still really good for what it is. And it's a really good soundtrack. This song, I don't... Did I put this on, or did somebody else put this on? Because I kind of want to skip this. Is this from... Oh, this is from my playlist, right? I don't feel like Pugsy music, sorry. Dude, more Elder Scrolls Arena music. Oh, One Piece Live. Oh, yeah, I see, Monocule. Okay, yeah. You're right. You're right, Monocule. I should... It's not that I... Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'd... I mean, it's not that I doubted you. I just thought that maybe it was possible we had different tastes. But it turns out we don't. Our tastes are identical, Monocule. It turns out... Wait, why did that song skip? That's weird. Skittles! Did you skip that because... I skipped the Pugsy song? Are you like a big Pugsy fan? Or do you just want to hear this song quicker? Battle Royale, true. But Battle Royale, I think the movie is the original. So that I don't think that doesn't count. Like, the movie's the original thing, right? And then any manga that came after that was, like, adapted based on... Or maybe they're both adapted from a book. But that's... Yeah. I know, of course, you're always right, Redmages, it's like I said. Pugsy is some weird Genesis game. Wait, Skittles, listen to this song again. Skittles, this is from your favorite game. You hear this? This is from your favorite game. Okay, Skittles, thanks. Skittles, you love Overblood. What the hell? I thought you loved Overblood. What happened? Peepo. You just skipped Peepo. You just skipped Peepo, Skittles. You skipped him.
No, not Peepo.
You'll pull through, I know you can. Shake it off, Peepo. Self-diagnose, you can make it. Don't leave me, Peepo. Peepo!
I don't remember that too on the grass. I don't really remember that, no. Yeah, I mean, he was probably fine as Ryuk, I guess. He wasn't the problem with the movie. Soul Hackers 2 music. Yeah, that's cool. This game seems like it has a pretty cool soundtrack. I wonder if, like, this game seems... If Vocab was still here, I'm sure he would, like, illuminate us on, like, how this game is terrible. I remember having, like, this conversation, but... I wonder if this game's actually good, despite people kind of trashing it. He's born for the role. Yeah, I guess so, Dew in the Grass. But that movie still should not have been made. I don't know. I'm sure it would have been possible to make a decent like the Japanese Death Note adaptation. Oh, that's another one. Well, no. The anime version of Death Note's way superior to the live action, in my opinion. Like the Japanese live act, there's multiple Japanese live action adaptations. There's like 2 movies or like 3 movies, and there's a separate TV series with like a separate cast. I've seen both. They're both pretty good, but the anime is superior for sure. I think you're right, Redmages, but unfortunately, it's an RPG, and a modern one at that. And there's a long list of those I need to get to, and perhaps I would like it, but I would rather get to stuff like the Vanillaware games I wanted to play, and I don't know, maybe Octopath Traveler 2, and there's a bunch. But like, honestly, I think right now for me, like, it's there's not really any more modern RPGs that are like really calling out to me the same way that like older classic ones are. Like, I'm finding myself really wanting to replay stuff like Star Ocean 2, Persona 1 and 2, and some of these other games. I got them on my list. I'm still in the mood to like replay older RPGs. I'm not really in the mood to play newer ones. They take so long, you know. Yeah, I probably would. I mean, yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. But I don't know if I'll ever actually get to it. It's hard, you know. I mean, look how long Fire Emblems take. I'm finally getting around to playing Fire Emblem. I would play more Fire Emblems, but that takes a lot of time. At some point in the not too distant future, I'm going to have to play through Final Fantasy 13, which I mean Final Fantasy 3 on Famicom, which I really want to do. But the Devilman live action, no, I did not. I've seen clips of the Cutie Honey. It does look good. Both of those, I think I'm due to rewatch the animes, though. I haven't seen the anime version from the 90s of Devilman is so cool. It's been so long since I've seen it. Even Cutie Honey, like, it's probably been like 20 years since I've seen that anime. Well, both of those have like older versions of anime. They have like and then they have like a revival animes from like the 90s, and they're both like, the revival animes are both really, really good. Like OVAs with like super high quality animation. And I watched both of those. The anime OVAs. And I really need to rewatch both of those. They're just so, there's a lot of anime. Yeah, Go Nagai stuff is awesome as well. There's just a lot of stuff. There's so many things I want to watch, so many things I want to rewatch, like anime, movies, TV shows. There's so many games I want to play. There's just so much media to consume. But I gotta make choices. Right now, my choice is Fire Emblem. And then after that, I'm gonna probably try to play some Amiga games. And then after that, next month we're gonna probably go to We're gonna go to Variety May again. I want to do another Variety May. So it's gonna be like a game from a different system each day. I thought that was really fun when I did it before, 2 years ago. And it'll be a good excuse to like break out some systems that I don't stream from a lot. Or some that I've never streamed from, like MSX. Like I think it may finally be time to stream like an MSX game. You know, PC-88 and PC-98. DOS, you know, we gotta stream some, like, I could have another Steam Indie Day, you know, we could do more TurboGrafx 16, PC Engine, some more portable, like, you know, we could do like a portable day, we could do DS, 3DS maybe, we could do PS2 day, dude, that would be really good as well, you know. Although next month there are a couple conventions. I want to have like a full month of uninterrupted streaming. There'll be some interruptions, but yeah. Going to Guy stuff is awesome though. Do you guys have... Does anybody else here like keep lists of like stuff they want to watch or play, or so, like, does anyone else have like, you know, like what is some stuff that you guys like are meaning to like get around to, that you're gonna like try to get around to soon? Letterboxd? Yeah, Letterboxd is a pretty cool resource for movies. I like it as well. Letterboxd is pretty good. AI constantly reminds you? Oh, really? There you go. Let me ask you guys this. You know what you're probably gonna think that I'm stupid, but you know what I like started to go back and rewatch recently? Because I downloaded a whole ton of older movies onto my laptop when I went to the Philippines, so I had to have stuff to watch on the plane. And when I was over there, like a ton of like martial arts movies, a ton of Jackie Chan movies. And you know what I started to watch the whole series of? Police Academy movies. I'm now up to Police Academy 5. And I've been watching those like every so often. And you know what? They're good. I like them. I remember liking them as a kid. I still like them. How do you guys feel about Police Academy movies? Does anybody else like Police Academy movies, or is it just me? I had also been like getting into like watching more like older Jackie Chan movies. I haven't seen every Jackie Chan movie. There's still some I need to see. But I started to watch like more of the, and I was watching them with my wife as well, because she really likes Jackie Chan and like martial arts movies. Evangelion reboot movies. Yeah, I think I've seen the first one of those, and I liked it, but I never got back to it. But like, what's gonna happen? Are they not gonna finish those now, or like, what's gonna happen with this? I guess I kind of lost interest because, from what I remember hearing, I think they're like trapped in limbo or something. You have fond memories? Oh, well, Police Academy movies? Oh, really? Yeah, like I hadn't seen Police Academy movies probably since I was a teenager, like a young. I feel like I must have been pretty young, which is interesting because like the first movie especially is quite adult, and I'm sure I'm sure a lot of it just flew over my head. Ip Man. You know, Ip Man was on my list to watch. I still have not seen Ip Man. Well, anyway, like, damn, like, so the only thing I remembered about the Police Academy movies was the Michael Winslow. Like, doing a lot of voices. I remember that Michael Winslow was in it, like, doing all the funny voices. I remembered, what's his name? Bobcat Goldthwait. I remember that he was in it, sort of just being weird. Ip Man seems good, yeah. Why is this not playing now? Ip Man does seem good. There's a lot of stuff. I've got like a long list of not only games but also movies that I want to get to, and anime as well. Really long list. So much cool media. But yeah, no, but yeah. So like I'd forgotten a lot of stuff about Police Academy movies. I mean, I knew Steve Guttenberg was in them as well, of course. But there's like that lady with like her whole thing is that she's got like a quiet voice. Forgot about her. There's like the really big dude, Hightower. He like is super strong. I forgot about him. And there's a whole bunch of stuff I forget. Yeah, movies are. If you watch them come back to back, some interesting progression. Because like there's like a lore between the movies that is kind of consistent, but at the same time, like there's really weird things that change. But now I've just gotten into the 5th movie, which is a weird one because it's the first one to like not have both Bobcat Goldthwait and Gutenberg are like not in it. So it definitely doesn't feel the same. But the first 4, especially like the first 3, I quite enjoyed. They're dumb movies, but they're funny. They're entertaining. Mr. Leo, thank you. Mr. Leo, what's up? We were talking about you earlier. You know why we were talking about you, Mr. Leo? Thank you very much for backing the project. Whoa, look at that. I'm up to 2,000 now. Wow, nice. Joysticks? Oh, joysticks. No. Was that some sort of like documentary about like speedrunning or something like that? I don't think I've seen that. Mr. Leo, I'm glad that you're here. I announced something earlier on the stream, but now that you're here, I can now announce it. I need to announce it to you because it relates to you, Mr. Leo. Guess what I have now done? I have now watched an episode of the One Piece live action. And if I recall correctly, you were like one of the leading people telling me I should watch that. Is that correct? Or is my memory crazed? Oh, sex teen comedy. And oh, it's an 80s okay. I would watch that. I probably would like it. Yeah, dude, like we're over 2,000 now. Nice. No, I actually liked it, Mr. Leo. I mean, I wasn't really that negative on it in the first place. I just kind of was like, my attitude was basically like, why do I need to watch it? The anime's better. And I just read the manga anyway. Like, it's just going to be an inferior version of like the anime. But like, you know, I watched it and and by the way, Redmages still he thinks that I'm an idiot for watching it, and that he thinks that I should be deported. I think that's what he said. Yeah, I will say, I was kind of shocked how good the cast felt. Like, even Luffy, which at first I was like, I don't know if that... But, like, yeah, he was really good in their role. Like, the whole cast actually felt surprisingly good. You don't really expect there to be good casts these days. Like, casting is usually so bad, especially for adaptations, but it was surprisingly good. It's not perfect, sure. But for an adaptation, like, it's an adaptation of One Piece. Like, this insane, cartoony, like, in a very distinct, unique style of, like, cartoony anime and manga. Like, it's surprisingly good. Surprisingly a good adaptation. Now, I've only seen one episode, but I have seen clips from, like, season 2, which just is pretty recent. And, like, some of the clips from season 2, it's insane how they, like, just basically took characters from the manga that shouldn't be live action and they just simply made them live action. Like, the costumes look insane. Some of that stuff looks ridiculous in live action, but, like, kind of in a great way. The fact that that's as faithful as it is shocking. So, that's... Yeah. I surprisingly thought it was pretty good, Mr. Leo. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Mr. Leo, yeah. That's not why Redmages thinks I'm an idiot. I know, Skittles, it's one of many things on the list. I think the main reason why Redmages thinks I'm an idiot is because I'm an idiot. Would you say that's fair, Redmages? Let's ask him. Why does that song skip? What the hell, dude? Why did that song skip? That's weird. Sometimes it just skips songs randomly. Well, you know what? Actually, maybe I don't want to listen to that song anyway. Let's listen to more Mega Man X4 music. Oh, he was, Mr. Leo. Interesting. Yeah, and you know what? A lot of times these adaptations, Monocule, does feel like it's made by people who kind of have contempt. It almost feels like they're made by people that, like, don't really, or, like, have contempt for the source material, yeah. Same thing with, like, some, like, remakes of, like, games sometimes. Notably Demon Souls. It takes one to know one. They do say that, Monocule. Oh, thanks, Redmages. Oh, wow, it's rare for Redmages to say something nice. Also, shut up. Yeah, there you go. That's the Redmages that we know and love. Oda's very involved. Yeah, that's probably a very good thing. Takes a Mega Man X4 to know another Mega Man X4. That's so true. Just as true today as it was in the days of Mega Man X4. Yeah. Yeah, I probably will watch more of it at some point, Mr. Leo. I still have the problem where I'm just not watching very many things at all. I don't know, like, yeah, I really should just watch more stuff. It's not gay if it's in a three-way. That's true. Do you guys agree with that? That seems true. We got the rare Redmages, come on, bruh. Or, I don't know, maybe it's not that rare. That's funny because, like, usually it would be the other way around. Like, Redmages would do the LUL, and and Skills would do the come on, bruh. Guys, who knows what game this is from? Anyone? It's from Xenosaga Episode 2. You guessed it right. Good job. movies again. Yeah, me too, Mr. Leo. I mean, I watch things every now and again, but I always feel like, oh man, I need to watch more movies. When I was on the cruise, I watched a few movies. But since then, I haven't really watched... Since I got back from the cruise, I haven't watched anything, really. I like Xenosaga. I was a big fan of Xenogears. Xenosaga is kind of a weird game. Didn't really quite live up to its potential, and you know what? I never actually played Xenosaga 3. I own Xenosaga 3, but I never actually played it. And it's not because I didn't like Xenosaga 2 at all. I like Xenosaga 2, but although it's a weird game, Xenosaga 2 has a really amazing soundtrack. I think it might be one of the unsung soundtracks of games. Eyed Wide Shut? Yeah, that's I really like that movie. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. It is quite a movie. That's one I need to watch again. I've seen most Kubrick movies. I was a Kubrick fan. I mean, like there was a period where I was like going through all the Kubrick movies, but I still haven't seen a couple of the older ones. Like I haven't seen like The Killing, and I haven't seen Paths of Glory. Those might be the two. I've seen all his like mega classics. Like I've seen, you know, of course, like Full Metal Jacket and Clockwork Orange and The Shining. And let me try to go through the list of all Kubrick in my head right now. Yeah, Kubrick is awesome. I've always been a big fan. I think I still am. I just haven't watched any of his movies in a while. Barry Lyndon is awesome. What else did he do again? Let me think. Lolita. Yeah, I watched Lolita. That's an interesting movie. Yeah, like all his movies are interesting and good. Oh, what is that one? I'm Spartacus. That's him, right? Yeah. Seen that. And which ones am I forgetting? Is anyone else a big fan of the Xenosaga 2 soundtrack? Or is it just me? Yeah, he was definitely like something of like an auteur, like probably like very picky with his movies, and you know, yeah, I can see him not being satisfied with. Sure. And like, you know, David Lynch famously is very unsatisfied with Dune, but you know, I love Dune anyway. Apparently, like, some fans of the book version of The Shining are like, it's pretty common, like, don't really like Kubrick's I think Kubrick's adaptation of The Shining is awesome. But I haven't read the book, also. Yeah, but like The Shining, like, the common complaint is that Nicholas, like, the movie doesn't, like, the point of the book is supposed to be that the Overlook Hotel itself is supposed to be sort of like the main character. Jack Nicholas isn't supposed to be the main character, and like Jack Nicholas kind of dominates the movie, and like he's supposed to like go crazy. Excuse me. I mean, like he's supposed to like gradually change throughout the film and like get crazier, but like you know, it's Jack Nicholson, and the way he plays, he kind of seems a bit off kilter from the beginning. But I feel like, I don't know, for like reflecting, I mean, it's true in a way, but yet I sort of feel like it doesn't matter. The movie, like, for what it is awesome. I'm a big fan of Dune as well. Yeah, I mean, it does feel like that, doesn't it, Monty? It does feel like you won't see a movie like that again. With that kind of vision. I mean, the modern Dune is like such a modern movie. It seems good for what it is, although like I have some problems with it, but
it's really well acted and well directed, but it's not. It doesn't have that same presence, the same vision that like the original Dune had. Dude, this music's really good. What's this? Is this mine? Under Defeat? Oh, this is mine, right? Under Defeat. I think I did get this from a member of the chat at some point, though. Yeah, there was a Shining... There was a Shining, like, TV movie or TV series that people say is more faithful to the book. But... yeah, it's not remembered as much. Right. And honestly, I doubt I would like it as much as the movie. Like, that movie's just iconic. It's, like, filled with so many iconic scenes, like, the way it's done. The soundtrack is really good. It's just done too well. At a certain point, it doesn't matter if it's a good representation of the book or not, you know? That's not necessarily the job of like an adaptation. Sometimes it can be kind of a good thing if it like has its own identity. I should read it, but you know, yeah. That's another thing I want to do is like read more, and I always say that I should, but I never actually do it. Yeah, I've heard that as well, Mr. Leo. Which, you know, I think is, I think that's interesting. I mean, I think it benefits the movie for sure. Oh, Dr. Sleep, yeah. I mean, you know, like the actors, you know, an actor's job is to, you know, to get into the part, you know, like it's you know, it's part of, I see it as like that's their job, is to, you know, if a role requires being tormented, you know, like in the first place, like getting into that headspace, you know. I see that as part of their job. I have seen Tom Popo. Yes, I have. I think on one of my trips to Japan, I rewatched Tampopo on a plane. And I'm still having trouble like remembering much about it. I think because I watched it in Japanese without subtitles. Oh man, you should really return that Dew in the Grass. Yeah, you should return Dr. Sleep so other people can watch it. Gantz? I've never seen any Gantz. Gantz does seem like the kind of thing that I would like, but isn't that like sort of like another kind of like death game kind of thing? I think that seems like the kind of thing I would like, yeah. More Blades of Vengeance music, which is really good. Get some Mother 3 in there. That's good. I need to hear more of the Mother 3 soundtrack. Yeah, so what I haven't seen any Gantz Monocule. What is Gantz about again? What is it? Tell me more about Gantz. That was one that like has been on my my list to see, but I just never got around to it. Uh-oh, what was that, Mr. Leo? You backed something and they never delivered it? That can happen with Kickstarters sometimes. For the record, I've always delivered on my Kickstarters, you know, usually have modest goals, and, you know, I have not failed to meet any of them, and I've always delivered all my books. But I usually try to set, like, you know, modest goals so that they're not that hard to... The thing with, like, especially with, like, a lot of the well-known older Kickstarters, is that they could sometimes be a little too ambitious, bite off too much, more than they could chew, and they can't possibly deliver, like, all the things they promised. That happens sometimes. Or sometimes they're just run by, like, disreputable people, or people that, like, have bad business sense, or sometimes it just takes a really long time, but they eventually do come through, and sometimes they don't. You never know. It's kind of a gamble. But you will get, if you contribute to mine, you will get your books, don't worry. Kill? Oh, is this the Mother 3 music? Nice. I haven't heard of that Redmages. Okay. The EGM book? Retrospective. I think I was seeing a lot of, like, Facebook ads for that for a while. So what happened with that? They never delivered on that? Nintendo Power book was out of print? Oh, I used to be a big fan of both Nintendo Power and EGM. I used to read both of those religiously. I used to own a lot of Nintendo Powers, and I don't think I have them anymore. I don't know where they would have went. Man, I wish I still had them somewhere. I'd love to go back and look at my old Nintendo Powers. But, you know, people have videos online where you can, like, look at that stuff. Even if I did have it, I probably would, like, look at them for, like, maybe a half hour and then, like, put them away again and not look at them, you know, I mean, it would be, you know. But I would still kind of like to have some of those again. It's interesting. It's interesting to look at those. Full issues collected, that would be cool. Alright, you in the grass. Well, take care. Have fun at the library. Yeah, that would be cool, Redmages. It would be massive, yeah. But that would be cool. Oh, Mr. Leo, were you here earlier today at all, or did you just get here? Because I played a bunch of indie games for the first part of the stream. This has been an all-day stream, of course. This is being the big Kickstarter stream. Oh, dude. Classic DOS music here. Earlier? So here's what you missed, Mr. Leo. I played 4 different indie games, and guess what? 2 of them I liked. One of them I was surprised how much I liked it. Can you believe that? And then the third one was okay, but it was not running properly. It was like somehow it was like messing with the computer's microphone, so I had to stop playing it. But it wasn't that good, so I wasn't really like that broken up about it. And there was one that I went back to give another try that I didn't like the first time, and now I like it even less. Alright, here's what they were. The 2 that I liked were Loop Hero and Blasphemous. I know, you're going to be surprised. I always had the feeling that I wouldn't like Blasphemous. And the thing is, I probably wouldn't like it, except for the fact that you can just turn the music off. Yeah, Loop Hero is... I don't love the game's soundtrack, you know, the typical complaint. But a lot of things about it I think are pretty cool, and it's interesting, and I kind of would like to play it more. Blasphemous is actually... Like, what I didn't know about Blasphemous was how insanely slavish it is to being just simply Dark Souls in 2D. It's just simply Dark Souls in 2D. It's like Salt and Sanctuary, only competently made. Except with its visuals, it's like it's beyond competent. Like, it's actually really good. But the soundtrack is like annoying. It kind of reminds me a lot of Elden Ring, the soundtrack. It's like annoyingly in your face ambient music, like ambient music that like is annoying and distracting to me, but you can just turn it off. And just like with Elden Ring, like the game actually benefits from just turning the music off. And with the music off, the game is actually pretty fun. The same exact way I felt about Elden Ring. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty good. Like I mean, it could be better, but all things considered, I liked Blasphemous. I would play more of it. But I think with Blasphemous, it's because it's so Dark Souls-like that turning off the music works. A lot of other Metroid-like platformers, that would not work. But for Blasphemous, it kind of works for me. It still feels a bit too dry. I kind of wish the game actually had good music. And then I tried 1001 Spikes, which I've had in my Steam library for like ages. And it's okay. It's just another Super Meat Boy like, basically. It's alright, but it was causing problems with like the microphone and the mouse for some reason, so I feel like it's not like a huge loss. Yeah, I do like the main mechanic in Loop Hero. I like everything about Loop Hero. Now, Loop Hero is doing things that like are very typical. It's playing around with things that are very, very typical on the indie scene, but it is like presenting them like it's got a good core concept that's like pretty unique. It's unique enough, and the art's really good. The music is unfortunately not very good, but the game is cool enough that I could see myself playing more. I probably will play more of it. Like I'm curious to play more of it and see how it, and you know, because I was having fun despite the soundtrack. The soundtrack's not that bad either. I just think it's bland. But I don't. The soundtrack of Blasphemous I dislike more. And the soundtrack of the other game I played was Darkest Dungeon. I wanted to go back to Darkest Dungeon and give it another try. Just check to see if I really dislike it as much as I think I do, and I do. Like, the presentation and the aesthetics of Darkest Dungeon, I just can't stand. So, like, that's a game, I just can't enjoy that, you know. It's impossible. But, yeah, I mean, there's some of these games, yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to go back and try Balatro again as well, too. I'm more interested now in checking out, like, deck builders, because, these last few years I've kind of gotten into deck building games. Except, a lot of the games that are recommended as deck builders on Steam don't seem that good. Even Slay the Spire, I don't find that appealing because of its, like, aesthetics. Yes, that was my wording. I'm repelled by Darkest Dungeon. Yeah. Disgusted, even. Like, I just hate the game's aesthetics. I hate it. I hate them. It might be a really cool game mechanically, but I hate the aesthetics. None of those games, like, really, like... There was none of them, like, even, like, Blasphemous, Loop Hero... None of them, like, wowed me with their aesthetics, you know, the way that something like UFO 50 does. Yeah, Slay the Spire, here's the thing. The last couple years, I've gotten super into Dominion, specifically. And also I realized I just like deck building games in general. There's some other like deck building board games. I mainly played them like with my like nephew, my sister's house. They've got a lot of that kind of thing. And I've realized that I like that kind of thing. I like deck builders quite a bit, especially Dominion. Oh, Monkey Island music. Nice. Good job, Monocule. I need to play this game. This is a game I really need to stream. Yeah, that's you know, it's funny you say that, Mr. Leo. I was looking at video of Slay the Spire 2, and I think it actually kind of looks worse than Slay the Spire 1. Like, I think it looks worse. I don't know. It's weird. It looks... Somehow it kind of looks even more like a mobile game. It's got that kind of mobile game kind of look to it. But, like, okay, so with Slay the Spire, I've actually played the real-life version, the board game version. I played that, and I don't really like it. That's one I kind of don't like. As far as like deck build, like card game deck building games go, like the real life one. But I'm still kind of curious to try the video game version of Slay the Spire, even though I don't like the art. I'm still kind of curious to try it. Like, I wonder if I would like it. Dreamweb? I've still never played Dreamweb. I want to play Dreamweb. It's on my list. All right, let's pencil the next page. It's one page is penciled. You guys like the Super Nintendo Stargate game? Got a pretty cool soundtrack. Got a pretty cool soundtrack. Dreamweb seems super interesting. That's like that DOS kind of adventure game from like the 90s. That game looks very interesting. It's on my list of games to play eventually. Got so many games on the list. As I said, this will probably be of interest to Mr. Leo. I believe that next month, May, I will do a Variety May again. Last year I did Replay May. This year I'm going back to Variety May. I really want to do the Variety May concept again because I think that's really fun, doing a different system every day, and it really lets us get like a lot of good variety on the stream. And I can finally have an excuse to play some systems that I haven't played very much or at all, like MSX. So I think that would be fun. So we'll definitely do a couple of like portable game stream days, for sure. Definitely want to do that. And we'll probably do DOS. Yeah, I might do a little bit more indie games after the art stream here. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Hey, how about some more Parasite Eve music? You could never have enough Parasite Eve music. You were talking, like, when I was playing through Blasphemous, which I was generally enjoying, we were talking quite a bit about, like, game soundtracks, like, why I don't like the modern stuff. And you know, some people like some people have a problem with like repetitive game soundtracks, and for me, like, repetitive is, it's usually a requirement for good music. Repeating, like, it just kind of goes back to like pop music and like hooks and stuff like that. And like, to me, like, game music tends to be a lot like pop music. But some people, I get like overly annoyed by music that's like too repetitive. And I don't know, maybe that's why modern game music kind of is the way it is. Because it's like, it feels like music that's made by people that are like super, super afraid of having their music perceived as repetitive. So you get the opposite. You get music that's like very, very wishy-washy, long-winded, no melody, like very, very little use of melody, like no hooks. It's just kind of like meandering, and then as a result, it becomes basically backgroundy, wallpaper music, and that's what I don't like. That's like I've grown to really, really dislike that when it comes to just soundtrack music in general. Not just for games, but for movies too. It's really, really rare to find movies from like the 2010s or more recent where there's a soundtrack that I actually like. But, you know, I'm probably a little bit extreme in my view, but I know I'm not alone. I know some people at least partially feel the same way I do. I mean, you know, like the iconic soundtracks that people remember the most are the ones that are memorable. Like, especially like from the 80s and 70s and 60s and 90s. Maybe like, yeah, to an extent. And that definitely seems to be the stuff that people like the most. And when it comes to modern soundtracks, people don't really talk about them. You know, people, you know, soundtracks are just not important. Like they made themselves, I feel like they've made themselves unimportant. So, you know, that's just how I feel. It's just, you know, I'm very adamant about that. Like, I like what I like. Hey, thanks, Monocule. Your feelings are valid, too. Monocule, I think you're valid. Yeah, Monocule is highly valid. All right, guys. Now you tell me something that you're passionate about. Starting with Redmages. Go. And then we're all going to judge whatever you say. What is this? Earthbound music? Oh, yeah. I thought so. That's right, Monocule. That's right. Earthbound. I gotta stream this game. I have to stream Earthbound so that I can then, like, I need to play through Mother 3, but I can't stream Mother 3 until I've streamed Earthbound. It just wouldn't make any sense. And I'm due to replay Earthbound anyway. Like, I'm really due to replay Earthbound as well. So, man, when am I gonna... Alright. That's one. That's another one. Like, we were talking about, like, I need to play... I don't... Right now, I just don't really feel like playing modern RPGs. Soul Hackers 2 seems cool. There's some other stuff I want to play. Like, the Vanillaware games. Like, 13th... Like, what is it? 13th Sin Angel... No, what is it called again? I forget. And Unicorn Overlord and, like, this... Oh. Skittles. Look what came up. The Stream Classic. But, why is he climbing a mountain? Good question.
Is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain?
I don't know why he's climbing a mountain.
Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain.
Tell me.
Why is he climbing a mountain? Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? To hug the mountain.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
That mountain will hug the mountain. To envelop it.
Makes sense.
That mountain will hug the mountain. That mountain.
You know, I rewatched this movie recently. I did like a rewatch of all classic Star Trek movies, Star Trek 1 through 6 and Generations. So this song is based on a interview he did pertaining to Star Trek 5. When's the last time you guys have seen Star Trek 5? Any of you guys? And you know what? I like all of them, except for Generations. They're all good except for Generations. Generations kind of sucks. And people usually say that like Star Trek 5 is the one that sucks. That's the one, you know, some people are like maybe not as hot on 1 and 3, but like I like them all. I mean, of course, Wrath of Khan is the best. The ones that people usually say are the best are like 2, 4, and 6, and they're right. Actually, I thought 6 was a bit overrated. I finally rewatched 6, which I hadn't seen in a really super long time, and it was not as good as I remembered. It was still good, but I don't think it was at the level of 2 and 4.
And the climb is going where no man has gone before.
I don't fuck with Star Trek. Vocab. All right, fair enough.
Where no man has gone before.
Yeah, I love Star Trek. You know, as a kid, I would see the classic series before TNG even came out, and I'd be like, whoa, that's weird. It was like Twilight Zone to me, Star Trek. And then, like, I still remember the Next Generation coming out, and I loved it. And I still love it to this day. I mean, most people love TNG, as you should. But the only problem with TNG is the movies. Like, the movies they suck. But that's not really that big of a surprise when you consider that the Star Trek, the Next Generation movies were made by... Like, they were made after Season 7. Season 7 is... I don't care what anybody says, Season 7 is easily the weakest season of Next Generation. Like, easily. So... To me, it's not really that surprising. And they also, like, do things... but, you know, I don't know. I can get into it more, but... It's like Next Generation is like it's like a god show. It's like one of the best TV shows of all time. I put it right up there with The Wire and Twin Peaks. Yeah, but of course, original series is amazing too. Original series, I used to say that was my favorite, but I think I've converted now to TNG as my favorite, but it's still really close. They're very different, actually, TNG and TOS. Your favorites are Star Trek 1 and 2? Yeah, Star Trek 1 is a great movie as well. I love all the movies. Oh yeah, that's how I brought it up originally. You thought people hated Season 1 the most? A lot of people do say that, vocab, but I differ. I think people underrate Season 1, and I think people overrate Season 7. That's my opinion. But, yeah, now we're kind of, like, splitting off the conversation. It's like, we talk about... Like, as far as, like, the movies go, the original series movies, as I said, I don't really care about the TNG movies at all. Especially as evidenced by the fact that... when I was rewatching the original series movies, I felt I had to watch Generations because Kirk is in it. And I'm glad I did. The best parts of that movie are actually just Picard interacting with Kirk, for sure. But... it kind of sucks as a movie. And the reason why actually is a lot to do with, again, the soundtrack. You know, soundtrack again. Because, like, the original series movies have really good soundtracks up through, like, 1 through 6. They're, like, really slick, well-produced movies. What I realized is TNG has a soundtrack that sounds like it was just simply a TV soundtrack. It's kind of a trash soundtrack. But that's like the one weakness of The Next Generation is its soundtrack, really. Well, yes, feels like a stage play. I think the reason why it feels like a stage play is because that's just the style of older dramas, like older media. Like, it's from the 60s originally. Like, it's from the 60s, so... I used to not be able to really enjoy media from before the 70s because I had the same feeling. Like, it feels like a stage... It feels like a play. Like, because, like, pre-Brando movies feel more like stage play. Like, they have that stage play kind of feeling. It's like Brando changed acting. The 70s in general changed the way filmmaking was done dramatically. So, like, 60s and prior, and this pertains to Star Trek as well, everything's just like a little bit more dramatized. You know, everything's a bit broader. But I've grown to like appreciate that more now, though. Well, yeah. Okay, so yeah, I agree with Monocule that the TNG movies did feel like just high-budget TV movies, and in many cases, not that high budget. They just felt like I would even say just like longer episodes of the TV series. Maybe they had better effects, but like the scripts were worse. The scripts pale in comparison to even some season 7 episodes. Yeah, dude. I was surprised. I never did finish Farscape, but I watched a bunch of Farscape. I was surprised how much I liked that. That show's really good. Lex, I remember watching that, and I was into that because of, like, the main woman star. Like, Lex is kind of a weird show. I love that the original female lead, but they changed her, and then, like, I hated it. Red Dwarf I've never seen. Those are your sci-fi shows? I've also never seen Babylon 5, still to this day. I feel like I probably should. I remember trying to get into Battlestar Galactica, the new one, and I just couldn't really get into it. Ultraman does not feel like a stage play. Well, but isn't Ultraman, is that 60s or 70s? Also, that's Japanese media, which is a bit different. And Ultraman is still really insanely cheesy. And it's Japanese acting. And Japanese acting is, I love it, but it is more like dramatized. It's not very naturalistic. What I gather, and this applies to both anime and live action, is that the style of Japanese acting is popular in all their media it's not as naturalistic necessarily as what is sort of popular in Western countries. It's a little bit more dramatized. That's not in any way saying that it's like bad, but it's sort of different. And it's something that you kind of don't really realize if you're watching it without Japanese knowledge, I think. It's also something I've kind of heard and that I've learned. That's one of the first ones? Yeah. I really need to get... Doctor Who as well. I've tried getting into Doctor Who. I don't like the newer Doctor Who at all. I've tried getting into the older Doctor Who, and I can like it. I can appreciate it a bit more, but like I've never been able to really... I don't know. Maybe I've got to try harder with Doctor Who, but I can never seem to quite get Doctor Who. It always feels just a little bit too silly to me. No, I don't know Red Dwarf at all. That's a hole in my... Well, thanks for the notation there. I'm going to make a note of it. It feels more grounded. Cheesy is whatever. Well, what do you mean by grounded? Showa style acting. Like grounded compared to what? And what do you mean by that? Because I'm not sure I understand. Oh yeah, Monocule. You mean the cartoon that's popular now? I know people seem to really like that because I guess it's as far as like the modern Star Trek things, that's apparently like one of the most faithful to it's one of the it has the most reverence for the and it references the old shows a lot, but I just can't stand the style. I can't stand that Rick and Morty style anymore. I was really into Rick and Morty the first couple seasons, but then I really lost my taste for it. And it got a lot worse after the third season. But but not for straight white men. I don't think that's the issue at all, Britnoff. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. It seems like a weird thing to say. The doctors are just not canon. Hey, Britnoth, what's up? Britnoth, have you been here before? Are you new? Welcome to the stream. It's not... See, for me, though, it's not... I know that people don't like the recent doctors, but that's not the issue. I mean, I don't think I would like them either, but that's not the issue. I've tried watching, like, the old Doctor Who's, and I like them better, but I still can't seem to get Doctor Who, is what I'm saying. Like, the classics. I definitely think I'm the kind of person who would be more disposed to like classic Doctor Who. But yet, even that, I've tried a little bit. I should maybe try more. Maybe I'm not watching the right episodes, you know? I don't know. Well, sure. That's a modern media thing, Britnoff. I don't think that's unique to Doctor Who at all. But that's not really... That's not the issue. For me, that's not the issue specific. It's not like I loved Doctor Who before, like, 2010 or something. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it went back to, like, I don't know, like, the second or third Doctor or something like that. Or the first? Maybe I watched, I don't know, I don't remember exactly. Yeah, I also don't like the Orville either. I've tried to get into the Orville, I just don't like it. It feels like watered down, trying to be Next Generation, and it just feels like watered down Next Generation. I don't know. I know some people swear by the Orville as well, but like I can't get into that either. But again, you know, remember that you're dealing with a person that like basically I find it's extremely hard for me to find something that's made in like the last 10 years that, well, it's like last 5, maybe like last 8, that I actually like. Like, you know, it's very few things. This music, wait, I need to find some different music. Hold on a second. This is, we gotta fit the right music for like the tone of the stream now. Yeah, I don't know, like, I do feel like I still need to give Doctor Who more of a chance. I want to go back and I want to try, like, I feel like I should look up what are the best episodes for each Doctor, and then, like, try to, like, give each Doctor a chance. Maybe I need a specific Doctor, you know? Tom Baker. I feel like I might have tried to watch a Tom Baker episode and bounced off it. Sylvester McCoy. I don't know. I don't know it that well. British Tokusatsu. James Bond. I don't know. Like, it just, to me, it just seems, every time I get, the problem for Doctor Who for me is, like, it always just seems overly silly, I guess. Like, it's just too silly. There's something about it. Family Kid Show. Yeah. Well, it's, yeah, I don't know. I'm not against that either. It's not like I don't like family kid shows at all. Like, there's plenty of family, like, there's plenty of, like, shows that are intended for kids that I like anyway. So I don't know what it is with the issue with Doctor Who. Yeah, Black Mirror is a show that I haven't really tried to watch that much. I've watched a couple episodes, and I don't know, like 3 or 4, and I always think that they're, like, alright. But I'm not really, I don't end up being that impressed. But, yeah, I don't know, like, it kind of falls into, like, modern media umbrella, where it's like, I don't really want to, I don't know. This doesn't feel like something I'd be that interested in. Tomb of the Cyberman. Well, sure, I could definitely take some notes about, like, what would be good at. But again, you know what? Like, I don't know when. Look, I mean, I've got, like, a list of. I mean, for sure, it's something I'd like to do at some point, but I don't know when I would. Because it's got to fall under, like, the infinite list of, like, media that I want to watch. Like, I've got a list of, like, billions of movies, anime, old TV shows. Doctor Who is definitely on there. But, yeah, you know. But it's, you know, at some point, I definitely want to do that. I want to give Doctor Who another chance, for sure. At some point, you know? It's just hard. There's too many things. I don't know. I mean, I think, like, games kind of take more time than shows. On balance. I spend too much time playing games, maybe. But I love games. You know, people recommend things to you. Yeah, I mean, truthfully, I don't need recommendations. I have already plenty of things to watch. I don't need them, but I'm always trying to... You never know. I mean, I'm always interested. I've watched some of Redmages' recommendations in terms of movies, and, you know, I've been glad that I did. So you guys are like, it's funny, like, so you guys are kind of all into Doctor Who. I'm the only person here. Star Trek I love, but like Doctor Who is just something like I've never been able to get into. I could talk about Star Trek all day, like classic Star Trek. The first 3 Star Trek series, I love all of them. Voyager, I feel kind of more mixed about, and then starting with Enterprise, that's where it kind of loses me. And then of course everything after Enterprise is like an even further step down in terms of being anything that I can remotely get into. But the first 3 classic Star Trek series, this came up originally because I was mentioning how I rewatched the original Star Trek movies, and like those I love. The Star Trek movies, even the ones that you're not supposed to like 5 especially, I enjoyed. It's a very entertaining movie. Like, you know, maybe I have to apologize. The Star Trek 5, like Star Trek 1, people say is like too long, too slow, but I really like it. Like, I like the whole thing. I like that it's slow. I like the kind of low 2001. That movie had to have been influenced by 2001, right? I don't remember the dates on that. I think that 2001 came before. But I like it though. I like Search for Spock. I mean, I don't like them all equally. I like some better than others. Like, the classics are still 2 and 4, which is what most people say. The one that I was surprised about was 6, because I remember it being really, really good, and I was surprised. I don't think it was as good as I remember it being. That's the one I was a little bit... I still enjoyed it. I just didn't think it was, like, that good or anything. Yeah, I've heard the same thing, Brittanoth. Guys, you'll be glad to know that my wife just got home in the Philippines. I'll just let you know that. Sci-fi snack, not a meal. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I might be able to, if it's an acquired taste, I might be able to acquire. I don't know. Doctor Who is something I definitely want to give another chance to. It would certainly be the older ones and not the newer ones. I need to rewatch Lex as well. Like, Lex is one I really want to go back to. I remember kind of having like a fascination with Lex. I need to finish Farscape one of these days, and I also feel like I should give Babylon 5 a chance, because I've never even tried to sit down and watch Babylon 5. Yeah, that was always... Yeah, that's cool, Brittanoth. I mean, that was one of the big problems with Voyager. Like, ultimately, my problem with Voyager, I think, was just that... It wasn't so much that it didn't live up to its premise, as that I just thought the cast was kind of mediocre. Like, the first 3 Star Trek series have such good casts. And then, yeah, I don't know, like Voyager's cast, I never got to the 7 of 9. I was trying to do a full watch through, and like I quit somewhere in the middle of season 3. I never really got to Voyager episodes where they bring in 7 of 9 And apparently, like, everyone says that's where where it gets good. So I need to go back and like finish Voyager one of these days as well. But you know, I just don't like the cast as much as like the first 3 series. It's still better than later shows, though. It's funny because it really shows like there's like different tier levels. Like the first 3 Star Treks, the casting, the writing, everything about them except for maybe arguably the soundtracks are like amazing, like stellar. Voyager just kind of, the cast, I feel like they kind of grow on you a little bit as you watch, but it just kind of pales in comparison to any of those first 3 shows. Dude, this music's not right either. Right. Sorry. Well, it finished. Dude, we need more atmospheric music right now, talking about Star Trek. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, Britt, not about like the... But yeah, I mean, I guess I know what you mean, because it's like, it's not like the hologram Doctor. Like, he was awesome. That actor, Robert Picardo, like, was kind of born to play that role. Was he? But yeah, the fact that he's the standout character, I get what you mean. You know, on the first 2 Star Treks, the standout characters are... Yeah, this music's not right either. The standout characters are like the captain and one of the like main crew. Or a couple of the main crew. Then in like... Deep Space Nine is kind of an anomaly because the standout characters in Deep Space Nine are all the side characters. Not so much like the main crew or the captain. I feel like the Cisco is kind of like I used to think, well, maybe he's just kind of a bad actor. I think he's just kind of like it took him a while to warm up to his part. He doesn't really gel with that part until like season 4 or something. But like but later in the show, he starts to actually like when he starts to feel comfortable in the role, like he's good. But the really standout characters in Deep Space Nine are like all like side characters, like Garrick, Martok, all the characters that Jeffrey Combs played. It's all the side characters, pretty much, and like Odo. Of the main cast, it's like Odo and Quark, I would say. Janeway's better as a Swamp Witch, gaming joke. Yeah, I don't... Is that like some reference to like... I'm gonna guess that that's, what's that one Blizzard card game? I forget. I don't know. Yeah, Doctor Who, I like old cheesy sci-fi, so in theory it seems like I should like Doctor Who. Like old Doctor Who, for sure. Janeway broke the Prime Directive? Oh yeah, well, I don't know, 7 and 9 seems like a cool character. I don't know, I can't really count, I haven't actually gone to those episodes. But the cast definitely needed help of Voyager. Yeah, Janeway is a weird character for sure. I like the actress who plays Janeway, but you know, I mean, it's a funny thing because this is true of like Kirk and Picard and Sisko. It kind of depends on who's writing them. This is the case for like all the Star Trek shows. There's different writers, you know, but somehow on those classic Star Trek shows, with Picard, and also like in particular like William Shatner. Even though like the episodes would be written like maybe the characterization would be like a little bit different. I mean, there are episodes of TNG where like there's a couple of episodes where like Picard is written more like an action hero, like he's kind of out of character. There's always like those out of character episodes, but yet Picard feels like a fleshed out character. I think it has a lot to do with how he's played. But I don't think Janeway was ever able to really elevate. Like she's good in the role, but she's not good enough to where she like elevated the character above the. I like the character didn't become iconic, and I don't know. Like I felt like that. Yeah, it felt like her character would like change based on the episode. Sometimes they would like try too hard to make her seem tough or something. Like because maybe they thought because she would be perceived like she's the female captain, so they made like that overcompensating thing. Well, you know, even though she's a female, she's still tough. So like kind of doing that overcompensating thing. And because of that, like maybe it resulted in like that could be one reason why there was like some weird characterization with her. But yeah, her character never really quite. It always felt a bit. It didn't feel like it ever got quite nailed down, or at least not in the first 3 seasons. Yeah, all over the map. I'm not the only one that thinks that. Like everyone kind of thinks that. It seems like. Yeah, there's nothing wrong in Dragon Age. By the way, that's cool. I'm not a Bio. Are you like a BioWare person? I don't actually like BioWare games. That doesn't really mean much to me, but it's interesting to know. That's not too surprising. What's this? Music from Flashback by Redmages? Oh, okay, this is good. Good music for the topic. Okay, guys, hold on a second. My wife is messaging me about stuff. Yeah, she had good assets. I mean, even though I haven't actually really watched any of her episodes, in many ways she seems like the most interesting. And I think that like that has a lot to do with just the fact that the rest of the characters in Voyager are just kind of bland. It's just not a very good cast. You know, Janeway is a good actress. I like her character conceptually, but I feel like she's just not written consistently enough. Like Chakotay I like the actor who plays him, but he's kind of a weird character. Dude, the worst episode from TNG is that Space Indian episode. They should never have made a character based on that lore. That's just weird. Like there's that Kim. What's his name? Kim? And he's completely bland. Like his character has no personality. I mean, in many ways, Geordi is kind of the blandest character in TNG, but even Geordi has more personality than, like, Kim. Geordi has about 10,000 times more personality than Kim. And who else? Like, Neelix is a lot like Quark, in that he starts interesting in the first episode. He's like, oh, this character's interesting. And then, but like, Quark is a really cool character from DS9, but he kind of got watered down. He became comic relief a little bit too often. Whereas like Neelix turns into comic relief by episode 2. But he's more like Quark is played by a really talented actor, and he's like just a very likable character, even when his episodes are sometimes dumb. But Neelix is just not likable at all. Nobody likes Neelix though. He's like there's that blonde girl who's like killed off. She's forgettable and lame. Kind of like, actually, you know what? I feel like she had some, I don't know. I feel like maybe she had potential that was like unrealized. I was about to compare her to Lieutenant Yar from Deep Space Nine, but that's maybe selling her short. Who is definitely the worst actress from TNG. Like, they made a really good decision killing off Yar, because she was like by far the worst actress and worst character. No, I haven't heard that written off. Yeah, Quark's actor is perfect for that. Like, he does such a great job with that character. But as far as like the main cast of Deep Space Nine, I think The character that shines the most is Odo. Like, the Picard of Deep Space Nine among the main cast is Odo. Odo is probably the best character, the most interesting character, and the best acted. Quark, I love the way, I love the actor who plays Quark, but I feel like his character, I don't know, there's just, I don't know. There's just too, he devolves into comic relief a little bit too much. But he's a cool character anyway. No, but I don't think that's not my problem with it written off. It has nothing to do with whether it's authentic or not. It's not like I'm watching it going like, this isn't authentic Indian culture. Besides, it's a character that's like 2,000 years in the future of... It's just weird to have a character like that's like that in the future. It doesn't make any sense. It's just weird. In the first place, that's a terrible episode. To have a character based on... They should have forgotten that episode. To have a character based on it is just terrible. It's a terrible idea. It doesn't matter whether it's made up or like authentic. I mean, to me. Yeah, anyway, yeah, no, I mean, like, I don't care about offensive, though. Like, there's nothing to do. I'm not really, that's not really, and in the first place, anyway, like, you know, it's like, you're playing, it's a character that's a descendant of, like, Indians in space, alright? So, the issue is not that it's authentic, it's just that that's dumb. Even, like, why would it be authentic? Like, we're talking about, like, what, 2,000 years? There should be, like, nothing's authentic. Like, there shouldn't be people. One of the reasons why Star Trek is great is because it feels evolved from our current time. You know, it's evolved past a lot of this kind of tribal stuff. So, there shouldn't be people that feel like they come from cultures of this time just at all. Period. Like, that kind of thing just shouldn't exist. So that's like that's why it doesn't make, like, that's, you know, that's kind of the main thing. All right, Monocule, take care. Have a good night. Well, no, it's not a religion thing, though. No, I mean, actually, no, religion will be not anything like... If there is religion... Look, I mean, religion could be absent entirely. I think the part of the vision of Gene Roddenberry is like that it would be, and I like that vision. And that's kind of, yeah. I mean, there might be... Of course, there's going to, there's space religions involved, but, like, you know, whatever. But, like, you would... Whatever it is... religion or not, or like whatever spirituality they have, it's going to be completely different from what we have now. The point is, it shouldn't be like 20th century culture transplanted into the 24th century. You know? Like, that was always kind of like the weirdest, like the funniest and stupidest episodes of TNG. I mean, not TNG. Well, all the Star Treks are when it feels too much like that. You know? Like original series when they like have the space hippies, for example. It's dumb. Like, space Indians and space hippies are dumb for the exact same reasons. No, I mean, there's just not going to be... Spirit animals is right. Like... Yeah. I mean, look, like, there's no Christians walking. I like that. Like, it's like, the part of the point of the show is, like, they're past all that stuff. You know? And even if there is going to be some sort of, like, spirituality, like, it should be, like, something unrecognizable, ideally. So, yeah. So, like, that's why it's dumb. Yeah, it doesn't mean that, like... Yeah, I appreciate, like, one of the things I like about Star Trek is the fact that, like, it does feel like, at least in the Federation, like, there's, like, no religion. It's, you know, it's, like, you know, but the Klingons have got, like, their whole thing, and, like, different alien races have their whole thing. Yeah. Anyway, like, that's, like... This all aside from the point that, like, the cast of, like, Voyager is, like, not a good cast. It's like, dude, who else is this? There's the Klingon lady, there's, like, a Klingon woman, and her whole thing is just that she's tough. She's kind of a bland character. She's not as good, she never panned out. She never became as good as Worf, even. Like, who else? The only good character... Oh, there's the Vulcan dude. And... he's cool, but he's also... I mean, he had some interesting episodes, that Vulcan, but he's still not... He's just not that likable of a character. I don't know, it's just like, there's just not good characters in Voyager. Or they're okay... But they're just, I guess, I'm selling them a bit short, but it's just not a great cast compared to TNG or Deep Space Nine. Like, go back to the Next Generation, and even the cast members that people will sort of like, you know, some of the cast members of the TNG are, like, not that great when it comes to acting, like Riker, Beverly Crusher, Troy, you know, people will kind of give them shit for their acting ability, but all of those characters are really well cast. Like, you know, they're all really likable, they fit their part really well, and they play their part well, and they, like, pretty much from the beginning, like, they feel comfortable in their roles. In fact, like, the person who probably feels, like, the least comfortable, or, like, is, who takes the most time to actually kind of nail his character down, surprisingly, is Data. Like, Data's really off in season 1. That's kind of one of the problems of season 1, but by the time he gets to season 2, he's nailed it so much that it becomes an iconic character. But Data's, like, pretty off in season 1. But that's just a great cast. And then it's like, you have an anchor in like, Picard, who's, like, a classically trained actor who is... Like, he's born to play that. He's a great actor, but not only is he a great actor, it's like he was perfectly cast as well. He's, like, born to play that role. Yeah, that's a season 7 episode, Mr. Leo. So, but, as I said, to me, season 7's by far the worst series of TNG. But... And I guess you could put that episode as a reason why, but the best episodes of seasons, like season 7 sometimes gets very, very silly and ridiculous, but those are not the bad episodes. The really bad episodes of TNG, of like a lot of episodes of season 7 are just, like, really boring or stale or bland, or sometimes all of the above and embarrassing. Like, there's one environmental message episode of season 7 where it's like the ship, what was it? Oh, not the one where the ship comes alive. The one where, like, it turns out that warp drive is, like, destroying space. It's, like, a very ham-fisted environmental message episode, and it's terrible. I think it's called Forces of Nature. There's another one where the ship comes alive, which is a lot dumber than... Well, it's not a good idea in the first place. The ship's actually alive. Kind of building on the fact that, like, in TNG, sometimes it's like, you know, we, like... AI, you know, synthetic creatures, like, you know, like robots, AI, or like, you know, sometimes it's like, you know, like it's kind of delves into like, you know, do they deserve personhood, or like they actually like, you know, are they sentient? But like when it gets to the point where like the ship is alive, that's when it's gone too far. So that's a bad episode. The environmental, like we're destroying space episode is terrible. The Space Indian episode is terrible. At least the Crusher has an affair with a ghost episode is funny and entertaining. At least that's entertaining. Well, no. You know what? When it comes to that, Mr. Leo, actually, I think Marina Citrus is given... It's not that she isn't given a lot to work with. It's just that I think that they had a lot of trouble figuring out how to use her character, because her character has a power that kind of destroys scripts. It destroys plots. It's like, you can't... You know, whenever you have like a mind reader character, it makes a lot of plots to... So they always had to like either write her out or suddenly make her power like not work at convenient times. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's a season 3 episode, Mr. Leo, and that episode definitely is part of like the stream of it. Like, yeah, that's more toward like, you know, that's part of that whole thing of like. But I like that episode though. That's a good episode. It doesn't really take that concept too far, like, you know, the exocons. But it's downstream of the episode I mentioned. Right. She's just I think that's like Troy. I actually really, really like her character. Every time I rewatch the series, but she's, you know, her episodes aren't really that great. She's a hard character to use, but as a supporting character, I think she's really, really good and underrated. I just love her. I love that she has this like weird space accent. I feel like she complements the crew really well. I feel like when she's like, you know, I feel like she interacts with other characters really well. But her own individual episodes tend to just not be good. I don't think it's any failing of Marina Citrus. But look, I mean, to be fair, Marina Citrus is probably not a good actress either. I think she's well cast, she's good in that role, but is she an actress like, is she actually like a good actress with depth? Absolutely not. She's probably one of the weaker actresses on the show. But I think she's well cast and she's good in that role. I think that she actually isn't like, she's a much better cast member. She adds a lot more to the show than somebody like Kim on Voyager. Take any Voyager character and like pretty much aside from the Doctor, take any Voyager character and Marina Citrus adds more as Troy than any of them do. Maybe not Janeway. Even if Janeway is kind of a weird, confusing character. Troy's a good character. I think she's really underrated. I don't think she's... Ah, man, see, I actually really disagree with that, Brittanoff, to be honest with you. I don't like that they, like, put her into a uniform. I really like that she, like, had her own, like, weird outfit. Like, why does she have to wear a uniform? That's stupid. There was that one episode in season 6 where, like, that one dude who's, like, a hard ass comes on this ship, and he's like, you gotta wear a uniform. Like, why do you get to wear special clothes? But that guy was wrong. I don't understand how then, like, and then, like, the rest of the show, she wears a uniform, but that's not making the character better. Like, the fact that she gets to wear her own special clothes is cool. The cool thing about the character, it adds to the show, like, it adds more uniqueness to the show. It adds more to her character. Like, her just wearing, like, oh, and now I'm a regular Starfleet out. Like, why is that, like, a step up? That's a step down. I don't get that at all. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that could just be a case of, like, the actress didn't understand her own character. That's my take on it, Brittana. Like, I don't agree with that. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, like, why? Like, it's not... Her role, like, her role is to be, like, a sporting character. That's where she's good on the show. It's like, taken seriously, like, what does that even mean? Like, she's just not a good actress. Of course she's not taken seriously as, like, Picard or Data, because those characters are played by, like, extremely heavyweight actors who are, like, extremely well cast. Of course she's not gonna be... I mean, she's probably taken as seriously as Riker. Is Riker taken seriously? Riker is like not really taken that seriously. He's like a kind of a joke at times, or like Worf. She's taken being taken seriously is like not the issue. It's what is your role in the show? Like, how do you best fit in? So like that's an unfortunate. If that complaint, like insofar as like that complaint like was taken seriously, I think that unfortunately like steered that character in the wrong direction. Yeah. No, I mean, an ornament on the bridge, I think that's wrong. Like, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with saying that the look of the character, this applies to every single character. The look of the character is absolutely important. It's vital. Like Geordi with his visor, even just like Riker without the beard and with the beard, the look of the character is important to the character. So yeah, Troy's look is important. Is it more important for her than the other characters? I would actually say not necessarily. I think that she has a look that suits her character, especially in the early. I actually really like her first season look, where she kind of looks like this weird, almost like Middle Eastern. She's kind of look like weird, like so. I know it's a cool look. She's got this little like I don't know how to describe it, but like her look in the first season is like quite interesting, and like having like the more sexy outfits, like the dress. I just like the way it makes her character stands out and it suits her character. Like, her whole character is, like, to be, like, an emotional presence. Like, to basically, like, make other characters feel better. Why is that a bad thing? Like, she has a role to play. Her character has a role to play, and it suits the show, and she fits into the show as well as any other character does. So, I would say Marina Citrus is just simply wrong. She's wrong about her character. Like, the character was better before the uniform. That's my opinion. You think Riker should have worn Troy's outfit too? I think in one of the first season episodes, he like wears a skirt. Because they're on an alien planet where like men have to wear skirts, if I recall correctly. No, Troy was in Starfleet, I believe. She's a bridge officer, so she's definitely in Starfleet. I think. I mean, I don't know. I watched. I don't remember there being anything about her not being in Starfleet. Yeah, that's. I mean, everybody in there was in Starfleet. All the bridge crew was in Starfleet. She wasn't like Neelix. Yeah, like, okay, well, I don't agree with the fish thing either. But that's like, I mean, that's not, I never really noticed the fish disappearing anyway. But that seems silly. Having a fish is not enlightened? I don't know about that. Why not? That's pretty weird. Well, the test, that one episode, she was taking a test to like become like a captain or like to like basically like to get a promotion or something. I don't have a problem with that. It might have been cool if they'd gone the other way with that and kind of had it like where like she like thinks she wants to be a captain, then she realizes, oh, maybe that's like not the place for me. But I mean, in the end, they kind of are wishy-washy about it, and they don't really. It's not like she becomes a captain at any time in TNG. She just kind of like does that, and it's just a thing she does. Get that fish out of the ready room. What's wrong with the fish, dude? Dude, like, yeah, I think Troy's character is like sold so short. Like, I think, including like maybe by Marina Citrus herself, like she's a valuable like member. Like in a TV show, it's irrelevant whether the character has like is being taken seriously or not, or has enough presence in the show, or if they're getting enough episodes to themselves. That's not the point. The point is, how do they serve the show? Does their character, her character absolutely serves the show. Like, she is a good character. She was well cast. What she's doing in that character is good. I think she's a better cast member than like most Voyager characters, like easily. Even though she's notoriously like kind of a hard character to write for, and they had trouble like writing episodes for her, and they had trouble like using her in episodes because of her powers, you know, potentially spoiling like potential plots, you know, of course. Hey, this music kind of sounds Star Trek-y. Not Ski Pacific. I think that's just like, I don't know. It's like Star Trek, TNG sometimes got a little bit too, like it tried too hard. I feel like if it has a weakness in some episodes, like it's trying too hard to be too, what's the word? Like, oh, we've gotta find value in every living thing, like that kind of thing, you know? And like, you know, it's interesting how like with Voyager they kind of, or Deep Space Nine and Voyager, they really backpedaled on that. Like TNG sometimes gets, it's a very interesting show with a lot of episodes, but sometimes it's like too much into like touchy-feely, kind of like, oh, doesn't every living thing have value? Even robots have value. Are robots sentient? You know, maybe they are. We should give them rights too. Everything should have rights. Even our ship should have rights. It gets a little too far with that stuff. You know? And sometimes into like ridiculous extents. Especially season 7. And then like, notice how Deep Space Nine and the Voyager like really roll that back. And it's like, you know what? Sometimes, fuck these aliens. They just have to die. Or, you know, sometimes we gotta compromise our ideals for the sake of war. That's like Deep Space Nine. Actually, you know what? Sometimes you gotta be practical. Sometimes we can't. Sometimes we have to compromise our values. Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? And people like, nowadays people will sort of give Gene Roddenberry shit as well. Like, oh, he was too much of an idealist. I think that like his vision was like so important for like making that show what it was and making it good. You know, I think, yeah, I think the show being able to go in a different direction after he died, like, it still maintained a good balance. Like, his vision was still there. Up throughout even Voyager, at least, maybe Enterprise. Like, it was still there enough. Because maybe with TNG it had gotten a little bit... Well, I mean, TNG is really only his vision for, like, the first season, and then they kind of pulled away from him, right, as well. So, like, the worst episodes of TNG can't even be blamed on Roddenberry at all, in my opinion. Like, that would be Season 7. I think Season 1 is better than Season 7. There's cooler episodes, better soundtrack. Yeah, Season 1 and 2 have, like, the best soundtracks. There's like a soundtrack stylistic change in Season 3 that, like, then stays with, like, all those seasons. TNG, Voyager... Deep Space Nine. That's kind of unfortunate. The sonic wallpaper thing. But yeah, Season 1 is like got one of the best... TNG has got one of the best soundtracks, so that's like one thing with it, but yeah, I don't know, like, yeah, yeah, people always... That's, you know what, Mr. Leo, that's kind of weird, isn't it? Because, like, that's something that people talk about now, how Roddenberry didn't want any conflict with the crew. I never understood that, though, because the thing I don't understand is how that just doesn't seem to be true. Because even in the original series, there's conflict in the crew I think people... I get the sense that people have kind of a warped idea. Like, people exaggerate what his vision is, because that doesn't make any sense. There's conflict on the crew in original series. Is that, I mean, maybe that was, like, because of the producers, and that wasn't Roddenberry's vision. I don't know. But there's always been conflict on every Star Trek. Even Season 1 of TNG, you can't tolerate Season 1? Season 1 is quite poor. I mean, they both have some clunkers, for sure. But, yeah, Season 1 just has a different feel. It's got this, like, adventurous, like, really, I mean, almost naive, but, like fresh-eyed, dewy-eyed, like idealism to it that I find admirable. Whereas, like, Season 7 is just dry and stale. To me, like, Season 7 is just stale. Season 1 feels fresh, but it also feels like very rocky. Doesn't know, like, the characters aren't nailed down, the scripts, the style of the show isn't nailed down, but it feels much like there's really good episodes in season 1. Like Worf's, the original, the Klingon episode, the conspiracy episode where like they killed those alien, like they got those like the thing aliens taking over Starfleet. That's season 1, and that's like an amazingly dark, cool episode. That episode where like the aliens have like that, where Minuet, the Minuet episode is really good. There's a bunch of really good episodes. Even some of the episodes that people don't like, I still like. I find entertaining. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's a taste thing. But I definitely prefer season 1 to season 7 by quite a bit. Yeah, they never... Well, I think with Conspiracy, they never followed up with it exactly. It eventually kind of morphed into the Borg. The idea was like that threat... Like, there's a threat that's referenced that eventually, I guess, turns out to be the Borg. But I think the original conception was going to be something else. Yeah, they make that guy's head explode on TV. We're having some good, man. We're having some good Star Trek talk. I don't know if I feel like I'm barely paying attention to my art. Let me see. Okay, I drew the wrong character here. Totally. I've been like drawing on complete autopilot. My eraser's like super smudging. Damn. Yeah, I don't know. We could argue about it. Like, see, the reason, and again, I said this before, the reason why I don't like any of the Next Generation movies, including the Borg one, is because to me, they all feel like season 7 episodes. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my feeling about it. But yeah, I mean, you know, like season 1 has its own issues for sure. So, you know, I guess, you know, it's maybe it's nitpicking a little bit. It's just like, I don't know, that's how I differ. You know, there's some things where I kind of differ from, like, there's like this sort of conventional fan base wisdom. It's like, okay, season 1 is bad, season 7 is also bad of TNG, you know, and like Troy should wear a uniform. I don't get that at all. There's some, I don't know, some of the convention... another one is, like, people hate Wesley, and I never really hated Wesley the way other people do. The character that I hate is Alexander, Worf's son. That character is... I feel towards him the way people feel towards Wesley. To be fair, like, that's another one. It's like, that's the thing, if you're a fan of Star Trek Next Generation, you're supposed to hate Wesley, but I don't. No, I just don't. He definitely has some episodes where he's very annoying, mostly in season 1. After that, he gets better. He gets less annoying. To be fair, they kind of write him out of the show in season 3, though, so that could be part of the reason why. But I still don't hate him. Aside from like a few episodes here and there, I just like the actor who plays. I like Will Wheaton. I don't necessarily like him now, but I liked him then. I like him in Stand By Me. I like him in all the movies where he was in as a kid. And yeah, he's annoying in theory because he's like the genius kid. He's obnoxious, but I just never found him to be that obnoxious. I never found him to be that annoying. I don't know. I thought he's kind of fine. He's kind of okay in that. Like, I think writing him out of the show in season 3 was probably a good decision. Don't get me wrong, I don't love the character. I just think he's okay. He never really annoyed me that much. Aside from like, the one episode where they all get drunk, it was like the second episode of the show. He's super annoying in that episode. That's the only one, really. Like, what other episode is he like mega annoying in? Give me a specific episode. That's the only one that stands out to me. Because like in that episode, where the whole crew gets drunk, including Wesley, he kind of takes over the ship and he like messes everything up. And he's also like drunk. It's like drunk Wesley. That's the second episode of the show, which is hilarious. Yeah, he's smarter than... I mean, that's his kind of his character, smarter than the adults. But like... But that... And in theory, that's an annoying concept. But in practice, it's fine. Because in practice, he's not actually smarter than the adults. It's usually the adults doing things, and Wesley's not really doing that. He might contribute like one thing in an episode. Typically. It's not like the show is like Wesley saves the day again. The show was never like that. Not even in season 1 is the show like that. Yeah, and right. The conflict between him and Picard. Actually, I like that because it kind of gives Picard, mostly because of how Picard plays it and how it gives Picard like some additional nuance to his character. Like Picard's a great character. So like, you know, Wesley, like they need, I think like for that conflict, they wanted to have some kind of kid character on the bridge, and it just kind of made sense for it to be some sort of genius, because otherwise what would he be doing there, right? So I get why Wesley is there as a character. Yeah, that one, Mr. Leo. I was definitely thinking of that episode, and I don't like, but he's not annoying in that episode. He spends the whole episode in jail. So that's a season 5 episode, Mr. Leo. But he's not the problem with that episode, though. That episode's just, yeah, I mean, that is an episode where he kind of saves the day, but, like, that episode also is, like, it's like the one episode where he comes back in season 5 as well. Like, after season 3, he only makes guest appearances, if I recall. So it's like, it's not like, it makes sense that he's the one who saves the day in that episode because that's his episode. He's like barely in any season after season 3. So that doesn't really bother me. That's a weird episode. It's like kind of a dumb episode. But not really because of Wesley. Like there's nothing... Wesley... Also like he has like a one-off relationship with like one of the... like Ashley Judd or something. That's kind of interesting. Kidnap all the kids on the board. Yep. That one as well. Britnoth. Yeah, I definitely... I also like that episode as well. Yeah, like... He does. And he's like, I don't know. Do people not like that? Because to me, like, he's cool in that episode. Yeah, basically he's kidnapped along with the other kids. The other kids are all younger, and he kind of plays the role of like the big brother to them. I don't remember him doing anything annoying. It's kind of a weird episode for sure. It's like the whole premise of the episode is weird, but and it's like a lot of season 1 episodes, it gets a bit maudlin. It gets a bit, maybe like a little bit preachy. So I do get why people wouldn't like that episode, but that doesn't bother me as much. I kind of like like I said, I like the dewy-eyed, almost naive, kind of adventurous quality of like the first season. So it doesn't really bother me. Like, I don't know. I like that episode too. But I don't think he's annoying in that episode at all. Yeah, the Traveler. Yeah, it did, Mr. Leo. Well, yeah, like the whole thing with the Traveler. The whole plotline with the Traveler never actually officially became annoying to me. I mean, the whole, like, it's like, oh, the Traveler's like, oh, Wesley, you're special. It's fine, well, whatever. Like, that's fine. It never really goes anywhere annoying. The fact that it doesn't really go anywhere is actually probably a good thing, because if it did, it would probably be stupid. And in fact, like in like the new show Picard, the show, you know, that we don't really need to talk about because it's terrible and it's not actually Star Trek. But like one of the things that's where like that finally culminates. Like, isn't in that show he's like become like a traveler officially, and like he's like awful. I saw a clip of like he makes like a cameo and he's like terrible. So the only time in which he's terrible, like in which that concept and his terribleness is brought to fruition, is in like the new show. But that doesn't exist, so we won't talk about that anymore. Yeah, I think that's a good episode for him as well, Britnoth. Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. I feel like people, I don't know. I think that maybe just Will Wheaton rubs people the wrong way. That's my theory. And personally, it doesn't bother me. I don't mind him as a human, I guess. I don't know, but I personally don't really see him as So that's like, I'm just saying, that's an example of like another thing the Star Trek fan base says that I don't particularly like agree with. You know, I like to have my own opinions. Man, this is like so smudged now. It's unfortunate. Oh well. Yeah, I've like not been, I don't know. Hopefully, I've been maybe too much on autopilot. Yeah, I guess it's fine. The drawing is fine. Let me just finish this last drawing, then I can start inking. They did Mr. Leo, yeah. I saw a clip. I mean, I never actually watched more than one episode of Picard. I don't need to. It's a terrible show. I've seen enough clips to know that it's, you know, yeah, no. I don't want to waste time talking about it. Like, I don't want to, like, it's a waste of time. I do like him in Stand By Me, yeah. I feel like I've seen him in other movies that I've liked him in as well. I can't recall, though. Like, he's a good actor, Will Wheaton. I like him. I don't know. What else? What else do we say? We're just fully talking about Star Trek now, huh? How do you guys feel about the movies? Like, what's your favorite and least favorite movies of Star Trek? Two? Yeah, I mean, well, mine too, of course. Wrath of Khan is just, like, it's just an awesome movie. Wrath of Khan is amazing, dude. I really quite like, the fourth movie is an awesome, like, really super entertaining movie as well. It's quite different, though. And it almost feels a bit non-Star Trek-ish, but it's still a really entertaining movie. And movies 1 and 3 are entertaining. I think 5 is underrated. I think 6 is overrated, but still good. I like all the TOS movies are great, and they all have really good soundtracks. So when I was rewatching them recently, I was paying attention to the soundtracks this time. Wait, dude, we need more pensive music than this. Sorry, yeah, I'm not in the mood for NES music right now. No. 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 This is close enough. Yeah, I don't like... So that's the one that people say that they like as First Contact, and I don't like that one either. I feel like Picard kind of ruins... Picard and Data, who are like, kind of like the two main star characters, I feel like both their characters are kind of wrong in that movie, and that kind of ruins it for me. I also really hate the Borg Queen as a concept. I feel like the Borg kind of get... They start out as like an amazing concept, and they get gradually watered down as the show gets on. Even the third season finale, you know, the one where Picard gets Borgified, those are great episodes, but even those, and of course that's probably one of the most memorable cliffhangers of any TV show of all time, right? But even that one kind of waters down the concept of the Borg a little bit. Because like originally the Borg don't care about biological entities. They just want to take your technology. They don't care about you. And then in that one they made it so that the assimilation thing that's a new concept there. It's like, oh, we're gonna assimilate you, which, you know, even that is like, why do they need to assimilate? You know, their whole thing is that, you know, they're just like a collective. You know, I don't know, whatever. Like, because in the original Borg episode, the second season one, where Q first shows them the Borg, they don't need to assimilate people. All of their people are grown in like tubes. That's one of the whole things they learn is that the Borg themselves are just simply like biologically grown in tubes. If you see the babies growing in tubes, they don't need to assimilate people. So even that is kind of retconned a little bit by that third season finale, which is fine because those are great episodes. But then every episode after that, then you have the episode where like you have Hugh, like a Borg with a conscious. That's already kind of going too far. Yeah, and you know. And the Borg kind of fell victim to that thing I was talking about before. Well, like Star Trek, one of the weaknesses of TNG is like the show gets a little bit more touchy-feely as it goes along. It's like, oh, we're gonna have compassion for all things. A little too much in that direction, and then the Borg gets watered down as well. Like maybe the Borg, oh, we got to even have compassion for the Borg. Like it's okay to just like have. The whole reason why the Borg is scary is because they're uncompromising. That's the whole thing. It's like Whoopi Goldberg's speech from season 2 is what's memorable about the Borg. It's like, they should be a force of nature. That's what makes them cool and scary. Like they have no conscience. They just simply take, they're just a force that takes. You cannot reason with them. That's her whole speech is you can't reason with them. They don't care. Yeah, humanizing the Borg, like that's just, and that it's interesting to humanize the Borg, but it takes away what makes them interesting as a concept. What makes them cool, makes them scary. And, having a queen, that was, to me, that's a bridge too far, because it's like, they're collective. They can't have a queen. It violates, like, the core concept. Once they have a queen, and they only did that because it's like so much about the TNG movies are ruined by just them trying to like think from the perspective of, okay, we got to make it an exciting movie for people. What do movies have? Those movies are so... The TNG movies are so ruined by like this thinking of like, how can we make a cool Hollywood movie that people will enjoy? What do cool Hollywood movies have? They have an action hero. We'll make Picard more of an action hero. And you got to have a villain. So the Borg can't just be the Borg. They've got to... That's just complete bullshit. It's nonsense. You do not have to have... Like, you can have movies with like a force of nature. That's the villain. It's been done before. You don't have to have... You think so, Skittles? Dude, I have a lot... Once we start getting into Star Trek, I have a lot to talk about. Because I love Star Trek so much. You see, and this, yeah, that's the thinking, Mr. Leo, and I like super disagree. It really did not need a character to represent the Borg at all. I think it would have been better without it. Like, that character doesn't add anything to the movie. That character just adds to the cheesiness level. It takes away from the seriousness of the concept. It waters them down. It's a dumb character. It's stupid. And Picard is out of character in that movie as well. Data is out of character in all the movies. They should never give him the emotion chip. We have a quote about it. I've always said this, but emotion chip Data sucks. It kind of ruins the character. There's so many reasons why the TNG movies suck. I absolutely think that there could be good TNG movies. I think the problem is how they're written. Like, they're absolutely... The potential for there to be good TNG movies was there. They could have made really good movies. They just made bad movies. That's my opinion. Yeah, no, so you guys are kind of saying this, it doesn't work as a feature-length film. But I think that the reason why... What I would say is, I think the only reason you think that is because the movies they made suck. If they made movies that were good, I would assert that you would have a different opinion, Britnoff. I mean, why could original series consistently make great movies, but the original series couldn't? There's nothing about the original series that says it has to be a TV show. It couldn't make good movies. There's nothing about it. They were all bad scripts. All of them. Every single TNG movie script is bad. That's why they're bad movies. They could have been good, in my opinion. And see, yeah, I really want to strongly disagree with that, Mr. Leo, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. You really think so? You really think it really needed that? I think it could have been done a different way, where it wouldn't need that. I mean, I think if you know, I just want to say, like, you know, like, do you really need to have? There's definitely movies. Like, does Aliens? Sure, Aliens has the Queen. The original Alien has Alien. I'm trying to think. Like, what are some examples? But even that's like not quite the same. Yeah, I don't know. Like what about like I don't know. Well, maybe that's not a good example for making my point. There's definitely movies where the threat is a force of... Look, there's definitely movies where the threat is not like a bad guy, it's a force of nature, right? What are some good examples? Hold on, let me think of some. What are some good examples, guys? There definitely are some. Like Quiet Place? I don't know. Pitch Black, Quiet Place. What are some classic ones? Title Loop 2 is amazing. Oh, this is not a good... Wait, I have to skip this song right now. Well, you know what, Britnoth? Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, to be fair, Britnoth, you got to keep in mind that the TOS movies are made... Even the original one is like... I think it's made like at least 10 years after the original series. All the TOS movies have a very different feel from the series, and I think it mostly has to do with when they're made, it being made so late after, like so long after the original series. So they definitely don't feel like episodes, but a lot of the original episodes of original series are a lot like Twilight Zone episodes. And you could definitely do that with the movies. I mean, I think it's a little unfair to say, I think that there's aspects of all the movies that feel like episodes a little bit, or like they definitely feel like they exist in the same universe and they call back to the original series. And I think the first movie feels like, I would say it feels like an episode of the original series that's been given given more depth and more like time to be fleshed out. I know Skittles usually kind of tunes this talk out. I'm sorry. I don't know. I mean, it's like, yeah, you know, I mean, I don't necessarily want to rant about Star Trek all the time, but I enjoy talking about it once in a while. Seems like a good time. I don't know. It just came up, you know, seems like a good time. But I know that Skittles doesn't need me to apologize to him. I can talk. Yes, I knew you would say that, of course. But I always want to apologize to you, though, because you know, maybe I care about my viewers, you know? Yeah, so I don't know. I disagree a little bit about certain things. About, like, yeah, I do. I mean, whatever the case is, look, there's a lot of flaws with that Borg movie, though. It's not just the Borg Queen. It's also just the characterization of Picard and Data. It's the soundtrack of all the TNG movies, which is like, they all have weak soundtracks. All the TOS movies have great soundtracks. Or they range from good to great anyway. Dude, like, the original TOS movie has a Jerry Goldsmith soundtrack. You got to remember, that's where the classic TNG theme comes from, and it's a fantastic movie theme and like show theme. The Wrath of Khan is like, it's James Horner, not Goldsmith, but like nearly as good. Like, I was paying a lot of attention, even the fourth movie, which has kind of more comical music a lot of times, is still really good. It's got this really good adventurous theme. Man, there's so much good music in the original Star Trek movies. All the TNG movies have just trash music. It's a huge difference. It's the single biggest thing that makes them feel, like people always say, they feel like longer. They just feel like episodes of the TV show. You know, they don't feel like movies, but that's the single biggest thing. Yeah, you did. We got those things in common. What will be the next anime that we all enjoy? I think, was it me? No, wait. I think Mr. Leo was originally the one to like get into Spy Family, right? But I was the one who originally got everyone into Dr. Stone. Is that how it went? Like, what will be the next one? I mean, I haven't been watching a lot of new anime recently. I like Dan to Dan, but there's new shows I want to watch, but I just haven't got around to it. You know, I haven't been watching that much anime lately. Do you guys want to talk about anime now, or do you want to still talk about Star Trek? Do you want to talk about the Kickstarter? Is it Kickstarter still at like 21? Just so you can do a quick check. Yeah, okay. Kickstarter's doing good. I'm happy with it. We're at 2,000 now. You know, it's doing good. It's not. You guys have any question about the comic or Kickstarter? You can let me know as well. Let's not forget about that. That's happening. I kind of want to redraw this whole. I'm not super happy with this drawing actually either. You know what? Actually, maybe it's good. Zaki Rintaro directed anime? I don't know. Give me some examples, vocab, because I don't actually, I'm not super familiar with those directors. Give me some examples. Spawn music, sadness. Interesting choice. Akane Banashi and Witch Hat Atelier. Okay. Those you already knew about from the manga? Interesting. How many... can I ask you a question, Miss Celia? Like, how many manga do you keep up with? I'm even behind on my manga these days. I tend to keep up with about 7 or 8 manga at a time. But it's been... I'm behind on my One Piece. I'm behind on One Punch Man. What are the ones I follow again? Let's see. One Piece, One Punch Man, Kakegurui, Spy Family, Chainsaw Man. Some of the ones I was following, like Jujutsu Kaisen finished, Tomodachi Game. That's another one of those Game of Death ones that I am really into. Oh, it's not Game of Death. It's like more like Game of Debt, but Tomodachi Game. That's another one of those. But that finished recently. What else? Nikaido Hell Golf and Kaiji. If new ones will ever come out. Like any Fukumoto manga. Fukumoto manga is like kind of my favorite thing. That's the guy who does Kaiji. For whoever like knows Fukumoto. I'm a huge fan of Fukumoto. Yeah. And then Gunmu, the new Gunmu, like Mars Chronicles. That comes out really slow. But I also haven't checked it in like a long time. You have a ton? So that's like kind of that's kind of the full list of what I'm following right now. Meet the Feebles? Wait, what? What does Meet the Feebles have to do with anything? I love Meet the Feebles. I don't know what Let My Puppets Come is. So, I guess... God is still in hiatus? Oh, what is? Mars Chronicles? That reminds me, Hunter x Hunter. I love Hunter x Hunter, but did that ever... I think that might have come out with new episodes at some point that I didn't watch. Or new chapters. Whatever the next quote is will be the next topic of discussion. Sorry, I've seen all the crazed classic puppet movies. Oh, I see. Yes, I miss messages all the time. Sorry about that. Guys, it's hard to stream. It's hard to stream and draw and read chat at the same time. I'm sorry, yes. Go ahead, you know. Make fun of me for it. I'm doing my best. I'll guilt trip you in the response. How about that? How do you like that, huh? Oh, Kaiji? Vocab. Is it? Yeah. Well, because it was on hiatus because he kind of switches around series. He then started to make this other series called A Nikaido Hell Golf, which is actually awesome. But I think that's either on hiatus or the translation of it is on hiatus. I'm not sure which. And yeah, you know, he does that sometimes. He kind of switches around. He'll like do some of this and he'll like go do some of that. Vocab, what's your favorite Fukumoto thing? Give me your Fukumoto ranking. I do mean that, Redmages, yes. Blame Redmages? Yes. If I was just sitting here like this with my pencil down on the on the table, and I was only looking at chat and nothing else, it'd be easier. All right? I'm like, yes, I'm trying to multitask. I'm like trying to draw, and sometimes I like draw the completely wrong character, and I'm trying to like pay attention to chat, and sometimes I have no idea what chat's even talking about. That's what happens if you're not like an expert multitasker. It's hard to stream. And listen, I'm also not the best multitasker. I've got a lot of streaming experience. A lot. Probably more than most people. I like streaming. And that does help. I'm better at it than I used to be. But it's hard. And I'm not a good multitasker. I'm sorry. Get good? I can't. My brain is not physically able to get good at it. Alright, it's time to ink. Oh, you put Akagi in the... Oh, that's interesting. Akagi's your top. Akagi's awesome. Yeah, well, I mean, I definitely prefer Kaiji to Akagi, but Akagi I love. You know, Akagi got dominated, like, it got completely taken over by the Washizu arc, and that arc went on forever. But I do still really like that arc, though. And I like the way it played out. But it also gets extremely ridiculous in the way it plays out. So it's like I feel a little bit mixed about Akagi, but overall I feel much more... I still really like it a lot. Akagi is just like super entertaining. So why do you prefer Akagi over Kaiji? Kaiji I just think is like his deepest series. And it's also like one of his most entertaining. And I love the character of Kaiji. To be fair, I haven't read all of his series. Like, I've read... One that people talk up a lot is what is it called? The Strongest Kurosawa? Is that what it's called? I still have not read Shin Kurosawa, his second Kurosawa series. I did not like that series as much as some Fukumoto fans seem to. So you put that as third. I like it. It doesn't quite land for me the way it seems to land for other people. And from what I've heard, the second series is not as good, so I don't think it's because I haven't read the second series. Confession. I have not read Confession. I'm a huge fan of Zero. Have you read Zero? Or Ray? So now, we just talked about Star Trek for an hour. We're now going to talk about Fukumoto, a subject that, like, only, I guess, Vocab knows about. So all of the rest of you guys are going to, like, be left in the dark. Sorry. I know, Skittles. I love you. I know you are. By all means, keep doing it. You've not read Zero? Dude, I love Zero. I absolutely, like, love Zero. Zero is, like, Kaiji... Okay, so Akagi is, you know, it's a Game of Death series, kind of, but it's sort of that, but it's also, like... It's like a cycle... Oh, have you read 10? 10 is really good as well. But 10... starts out kind of weak and gets stronger as it goes along. So I think that a lot of fans haven't given... Like, 10 is really good. So there's, what is that one guy? The one where the guy goes to prison. It's got Gai, Bukuraku Guy, or... No, I forget what it's called. There's that one. I've read that. I've read, yeah. The one, Zero, for me personally, like, Zero is almost... I would actually put Zero above Akagi. It's in terms of, like, being... Because, like, the character of Zero is much less interesting than either Akagi or Kaiji. He's much more of a straight-up good guy. But what Zero is the most insane gambling manga. Like, you've got this character who, unlike Kaiji, he's like a bona fide genius. He's like a genius character. Well, I guess he's not like... It's funny because there's another genius who's like more genius. Whereas like the character of Ray is sort of just like normal genius. He's like at the top of his class level of genius. he's not necessarily like Akagi level genius. He's not like supernaturally genius like Akagi is. So he's somewhere between Kaiji and Akagi, but more towards Akagi. And he's very like straight up good guy. He's not really interesting in the way that Kaiji or Akagi is. Those characters are both much more interesting characters. But the series, like the story, is about that character going through like the most sadistic, like absolutely insane gambles. The gambles in Zero are like psychotic on a level that goes far, far beyond anything in any other Fukumoto series. I mean, they're in terms of like they're difficult, they're insane, they're like cruel. Like he goes through the most insane stuff, and that's why I like Zero. I think it's really a shame. It actually does have an adaptation. It has a live action adaptation, but that adaptation is kind of insufficient. And also, unfortunately, it's kind of an unfinished series. It kind of ends on a cliffhanger. And then there's a follow-up series, but the follow-up series doesn't have a satisfactory... It's still extremely worth reading because it's just so good, but unfortunately, it never quite got the conclusion it deserved. It felt like he left it hanging. So that's maybe a reason to like not read it, but I would still say read it because it's just so good. It would be like the number one thing I want Fukumoto to do is like continue Zero, even above Kaiji. Kurosawa is a really interesting series, but I don't quite resonate with it the way that other people seem to. But it is very interesting and atypical as like a manga. Like his new series, Hell Golf. It's called Hell Nikaido Golf. It's kind of a gambling series about golf, but it ends up being about something totally different than what you would think. It's just gotten to the point where it's like getting really, really interesting, and that's kind of on hiatus as well. But I don't know if it's on hiatus because Fukumoto's on hiatus or because of the translators. There seems to be an issue with the translation group for Fukumoto stuff right now, so I don't know. But that one is really cool as well. Like, that one is really... I would recommend that one as well. It's also very short. It's only like 40 chapters right now. To put it very simply, it's about a guy who refuses to give up on becoming a pro golfer. And he keeps failing over and over again, and he just doesn't give up. So it's like somewhat depressing, but it's also psychologically very interesting. It really goes some wild places. Oh, really? Of what? Wait, of the golf one? Oh, dude. Maybe some new ones are finally up now, dude. I gotta check that out. So what else? Like there's that one. What is that one guy about the guy in prison? Fukumoto manga. Let me look. Hold on. I think I've read most of his stuff at this point. I have not read the one that you mentioned. What was it? Confession. I haven't read Confession. Let's see, what else did he do? He's done a lot of shit though. Some of his stuff just hasn't been translated. Yeah. Hell Golf, like Nikaido Jigoku Golf. Gambling Emperor Legend Zero. Legend of the Strongest Kurosawa. I've read all those. I have not read the Shin Kurosawa. I haven't read the newer Kurosawa. I need to read that. Kagi, Kaiji, I'm caught up with. 10, I've read all of. 10 is, it's another Mahjong manga. It kind of feels like a weaker Akagi, but it has an amazing ending. It might have the best ending of any of Fukumoto's stuff. So it's kind of worth pushing through just to get to that ending. And if you like Akagi, it's a must-read because it's central to like Akagi's story. Yeah, I would say if you like Akagi, you have to read 10. Even if it like maybe some of the early chapters seem a bit bland, it's just like, it's kind of like Akagi, but like not as interesting or whatever. Although Ten himself is actually kind of a cool character, but so let's see what else. I guess that's about it. Wait, where's that one about the guy in prison? What was that called again? The dude in prison? Oh, Outcast Legend Guy. Buriden Guy. That one's pretty good. That's probably the weakest one of his that I've read, but it's still pretty good. It's pretty short. It's worth a read. So that's all. Yeah, that's the entire list of Fukumoto stuff I've read so far. I've read most of his stuff that's in English. I think the only thing I may not have read is just... Well, I haven't read Confession. I didn't... Yeah, I don't know. There might be a few that I've, like, kind of... That are just not in my awareness zone right now. I don't know. Tonegawa? Nah, I wouldn't count Tonegawa because that's not Fukumoto, right? He's not him writing it, right? I don't know. Or is it? I don't know how much... I did watch all of the anime of Tonegawa. Hey, did my camera just move? What? I watched all the anime. It's pretty good. Like, it's pretty entertaining. It's not my favorite, but generally I liked it. Tonegawa, that is. I remember when Tonegawa came out. That was like late 2010s. People were kind of speculating, oh, does this mean that Kaiji Season 3 will finally happen? Like, I wish. Unfortunately, like, there hasn't been any new Fukumoto anime since then, right? So unfortunate. But you know what? I guess he's my favorite mangaka. My favorite manga artist. He probably is my favorite manga dude, Fukumoto, now. He's beloved in... Like, him and Araki, who does JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, he's like one of a couple dudes that are, like, beloved in Japan. But haven't... He's kind of... Like... JoJo gained a lot of traction in America because of the anime, but Fukumoto stuff gained some traction, but it's still more niche here. Whereas, like, in Japan, like, Fukumoto stuff seems to be, like, one of the big things. It's like, if you're cool, you're into Fukumoto stuff, I feel like. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of the sense I get, although I could be completely wrong because it's all tangential and, you know, but yeah, I don't know. He seems to have a lot of fans in Japan. And he should, dude. He's awesome. He's amazing. His art style is totally unique as well. I hope there's more like Fukumoto anime. Rei really needs a new Fukumoto anime. Kaiji needs more seasons. Akagi should have more seasons. I watched the... Oh, you know what else? I watched the Akagi live action. That's not bad. It goes farther than the anime, but it still doesn't finish the manga because at the time that came out, the manga still wasn't finished. But that was pretty good. I think the anime is better though. Like with all these shows, like Kaiji live action is underwhelming compared to the anime. The anime is just too good. If you're listening to this and you don't know Fukumoto stuff, you should watch Kaiji, the anime Kaiji. The anime Kaiji is like amazing. It's like one of the best animes. It's incredibly well done. It doesn't cover all of the manga parts, but it ends in a part that works as a satisfying conclusion. So it's kind of fine. Doesn't end on a cliffhanger. And it's got one of the best soundtracks in like any anime. You got to check out Kaiji. Redmages, you got to check out Kaiji. Oh, that's right. Redmages is getting into Kaiji. Yeah, that's right. He knows about Kaiji. He got into the manga because I recommended it. Redmages, how far have you read any new Kaiji stuff? You were reading the manga, right? Oh, I have the manga now too. I started to collect the manga tankobons as well. I got like, let's see. I think I have all the ones that are currently released. Look how heavy they are. I got my Kaijis here. Do you have the same numbers, or didn't number 6 come out? You gotta watch the anime though, Redmages. it's just like a thing where you just have to do both. It's not like One Piece where you should probably just read the manga. Like with One Piece, I mean with Kaiji, you have to watch the anime and read the manga anyway. You have to do both. You have up to 4? Oh, okay, cool. Well, when you get around to more Kaiji, let me know, Redmages. I have the manga. I was excited to read that manga because, as far as I know, the fan translation for the original part of Kaiji, the original arc, is still not fully fans translated to this day. They never finished it. They primarily focused on doing parts 3 and later because those weren't animated, but then they went back and did part 2, and then some people did part of part 1, but as far as I know, it's never finished, at least if you want to read it online, so you have to get the books. But I guess it's a new translation anyway. Although it's like, you know, it's not like significantly different or anything. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Is that enough Fukumoto talk? What do we want to talk about now? We talked about Star Trek. We talked about Fukumoto manga. Should we talk about like other anime or like, guys? What do you want to talk about? Somebody give me a. What do you guys want to talk about? Give me a topic. I'm flexible. Maybe I should call my wife. And we should just talk to my... We haven't had a Donna appearance on stream yet. So maybe now it's a good time to, like, get my wife in here. What one game do I want to get to this year? You mean, like, out of all games that exist? Hold on a second. Hold that thought. Hey, honey. How's it going? Uh-oh, I can barely hear you. You're like muffled or something. One second. I'm gonna pause the music for a second. I've got a bunch of stuff on my list. I've got that list, as you know, like I've got my plan sheet with a bunch of stuff I want to get to, but like if there's one game I really want to get to this year, let me think about that for a second. Because there's like a bunch. As I've said, there's a bunch of RPGs like I really, really want to get to quite strongly. Mother 3, Legend of Mana, Star Ocean 1, let's see. Uh-oh, I think it might have connection problems. Yeah, that's a tough question because usually if I want to get to a game really, really badly, I tend to play it. But where that tends to not be true is the longer games. So it's like my list would my most wanted games to play would tend to be RPGs because those are the ones that are just harder to fit in. Do you know what I mean? Whereas like shorter games, if I really want to play it, I would just play it. But I guess there's some exceptions. I don't know. Let me think. There's a lot of games though, of course. Yeah. Like the ones I listed are pretty good. Persona 1. Persona 1 is a game I've been like very, very strongly like dying to get to. And then also Persona 2 as well. Both Persona 2s. Because I absolutely love Persona 1 and I've just been itching to play it again. But I was kind of waiting for that new translation to finish. So yeah, that, I don't know. The best answer might, speaking of Persona, this is from Persona 2. Persona 1 might actually be the best answer. That might be the number 1. That's a game I really been wanting to get to, and I just feel like I should put it off more. Pragmata. Yeah, I keep hearing about Pragmata. That's some sort of like new, is that a Capcom game? And sort of binary domain-esque? Which was a game on PS3 I was always interested in playing and I never got around to playing. Right, right. Yeah, I'm interested in that as well. Dragon's Dogma. That's one. I mean, there's a whole list. If I have to narrow it down to one game, off the top of my head right now, I think I would pick Persona 1. But there's a whole big list. There's so many. So Dragon's Dogma is one that, yeah, I don't know. I actually wouldn't put Dragon's Dogma. That wouldn't be like a top tier desire. Just that, like, it's a series I wanted to like get back to. I played a bit of Dragon's Dogma 1. I always wanted to go back and play it more. I just never got around to it. I don't know. Let me see what else. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Oh, that's cool. That could be cool, Mr. Lee. It depends on style, I guess. I should definitely check that out. Dragon's Dogma is a really weird game because aesthetically it kind of sucks. They specifically were trying to make it bland because they were specifically trying to design it for a Western audience. So artistically, it's kind of boring looking. But the gameplay it seems out of control. What's great about it is that it's a rare, more modern-ish. Well, the original Dragon's Dogma came out like over 10 years ago, I think, but Dragon's Dogma 2 came out like 4 years ago or something, but still, like, more modern-ish. Like, fantasy, like, dark fantasy game that doesn't play like Dark Souls. Like, it's completely different from Dark Souls. It's got a strong emphasis on, like, climbing on enemies and interacting with enemies in interesting ways. Like, there's, like, these Shadow of the Colossus things, like, you climbing on enemies. That's super cool. The combat system feels completely different from like a Souls type thing. And like, so it's really the gameplay. And then the pawn system is like another thing that's interesting. Like this unique sort of single player, like the way of using multiplayer in single player, this unique. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things about Dragon's Dogma that seems super cool. And I really want to get more into it, but I haven't got around to it. And it's hard to, because that's another game that will probably take like 100 hours or something to like fully play through, you know, so it's tough to fit these games in, you know? But I would like to. I don't know, what else? What else do I mean, without looking at my list, I made a whole list. It's a cheat sheet for me, but without looking at it, let me think. There's always like a lot of arcade games I want to get around to like playing. I want to go back and play more March and Maze. I was enjoying that game. Remember March and Maze? It's not individual games, but there are certain systems I really want to finally... I've never streamed an MSX game, so I'd like to rectify that soon. I've never streamed a WonderSwan game. Yeah. And I'd like to get back and stream some more games from like systems like Sharp 68000 and PC 88 and PC 98, and of course DOS and Amiga. I've actually streamed plenty of Amiga at this point, but I still want to stream more because I just really like Amiga. You know. I don't know. What are some games that you guys really want to play? Like, do you guys have games on your list, or like games that you're thinking about that like you're really like wanting to get to? Like, for you guys, like what's... I think it's a bit different when you don't stream. You can just kind of, in a sense, you can play what you want, but maybe it's not that simple. Like, I don't know. It's like, I'll just, you know, if I want to sit down and play... Like, before I streamed, I played a lot more RPGs, and now I kind of feel like it's harder it's hard to stream them, so it's harder to play them. But at the same time, I kind of like that change also, because I'm kind of getting more satisfaction by playing a greater variety of games. So it's been a good change. But still, I do miss playing RPGs because I still really love them. And I always like want to stream one every once in a while. But Fliptendo has like dominated the RPG time of this year so far. So far we've played through Megami Tensei 2. We're playing Fire Emblem now. Original Fire Emblem. And we played Crystallis as well. So that kind of, it's like, that's where my time has went. The RPGs that I've chosen to play are Famicom games. That's fine, because I love Famicom. But that's, because of that, I'm probably less likely to play other stuff. More modern RPGs, even Super Nintendo RPGs. I do want to get to a Super Nintendo RPG. Yeah, Final Fantasy 3. And that's a game that I really need to play because it's the last mainline Final Fantasy I haven't played, aside from Final Fantasy 16, which I don't care about. So, how obscure a game are you looking for? Well, obscure games are interesting because it's got that feeling of sort of like delving into like a realm of, it's like almost like archaeology. It's like finding these hidden treasure. There's kind of that feeling to finding cool obscure games, but at the same time, I just want to play like games that I really like. They don't have to be obscure. Some of my favorite games are not at all obscure. And most of my favorite games are not obscure, in fact. Most of them. Probably the most obscure game that I love is Umihara Kawase. That's in my top 10. And even that's like not that obscure. Have you heard of Umihara Kawase, Britnoff? You might not have heard of that. You may or may not have heard of that, but I bet you've definitely heard of like Silent Hill 1 and 2, Mario 64, Dark Souls, Bloodborne. You've probably heard of all those. Final Fantasy 6, Chrono Trigger. Probably heard of those. Legend of Legaia. So is it just a game? Is that a game that you're like dying to play, Skittles? Legend of Legaia? If so, why? What about you, Mr. Leo? Did you say? Hold on, let me just double check the chat here. Pragmata. Oh, you said Pragmata, I guess. That was your answer? You got some Armored Core. I want to get back to playing more Armored Core games at some point. We played all the PS1 Armored Cores. I pretty much enjoyed that. Four Crystals of Trazere. Real-time isometric view. Dungeon crawler, real-time isometric view. Wait, so is that like a computer RPG? What system is that for? Is that computer? Like DOS or what? That I've never heard of. Sounds interesting. Dude, let's look at it right now. Fuck it, let's just look at that. Oh, did my Kickstarter go up? Wait, was it at 2,400 before? I think it went up a little bit. Anyway. Oh, Amiga ST DOS? Oh, okay. Which one should I look at? Amiga ST or DOS? I'm going to guess DOS. Hold on a second. Hey, Excel Saga. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Hold on, I'm just looking up a weird, bizarre, obscure RPG right now. This looks bizarre, right? What's up, Excel Saga? How are you doing? Did you contribute to the Kickstarter?
Well.
Oh, look at this. Okay, wait a sec. Wait.
We already have leathers and stuff equipped, so 90.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So like, it basically looks like Ultima, like the isometric Ultima games, like when Ultima 7, I guess it kind of has that Ultima 7 kind of look, right?
This body
And some other games that like copy.
behind.
Oh no, actually, wait a second. It's kind of more like Populous, actually. Wait a second. Look at that. You have like just like a little visible square there that changes as you like move around, or maybe I guess actually kind of like, wait, what's that one NES game where you're like the wizard going around? I always forget the name of. The wizard going around the dungeon. And it's got that isometric look. It kind of looks like that as well.
Ground clock.
but also like kind of got a populist thing going on.
That sort of thing. No, okay, let's see if we can.
Except it's like not a weird strategy RPS game. It's a dungeon crawler, huh? That looks cool.
Yeah. Let's check this.
Oh, nice, Excel Saga. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, yeah, that definitely looks cool for sure. I would play that. Definitely. Hey, thanks so much, Excel Saga. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It's good to see you again. How's it going? You play any Final Fantasy 11 recently? That's where I mainly know. Well, I know Excel Saga for two places: being a fan of the comic and playing Final Fantasy 11. Immortal, yeah, Immortal. I've never actually done like a full playthrough of Immortal. We definitely got to do that when that comes up in Fliptendo. I want to play through Immortal. You playing a while? Yeah, me either. Excel Saga, like, I've just kind of been... I've got too much other stuff going on. I haven't really felt like going back to it. I'm kind of just, like, playing other stuff now. But, you know, it's... Final Fantasy 11 is still always in my heart as a favorite game. But at a certain point, it's like you gotta do different stuff. Yeah, that's interesting. Britnot. That's an interesting one. That definitely has kind of like an Amiga look to it as well. It's got that kind of weird, interesting, kind of creative, crazy Amiga look to it. At Fanime, was that the first time? Unfortunately, I have not been able to go back to Fanime in a while because it's been too difficult to go to any California conventions lately. It's just too difficult. It's too expensive, too difficult. But one of these days I would like to go back. That's right. That's right. And we ran into each other again in Final Fantasy 11. You were like, "Oh, you're the Flipside guy." That's right. That's always cool when that happens to me. It's like a few people out there that like know the comic. I've been doing it for like a really damn long time, so you know it's not that surprising. I've been doing it like over like at this point it's almost been 25 years. Auto attacking party. Well, yeah, Britnot, but that sounds a bit like I would say like Draken. Like Draken is kind of like that as well. I mean, Draken is like more fully automated. There's a few RPGs where you have like just like fully automated combat. I guess it is ahead of its time in a way because like I was just playing Loop Hero. Like automated stuff is like all the rage now. And I don't know if I necessarily love that, but I think that could be quite fun at times. Like I don't mind the idea of automated RPGs because, you know, I mean, the main argument with that is always just like, well, if you're just matching fight anyway, why not just automate it? But of course, you know, like usually in good RPGs, you're not always mashing just fight over it. There's a little bit more depth than that, usually. But still, like, yeah, I don't know. Oh, speaking of Draken, here's the music, right? Draken is like, I love the atmosphere of Draken. I'm a fan of Draken. That's a game that's like kind of, that is not really that well liked. That was, I believe, originally an Amiga game, but it has the Super Nintendo port is like a completely different soundtrack, and that's the one I prefer. 2010? Yeah, it could be Excel Saga. I've been going to Fanime since at least... I've been going to conventions since 2000. But the first couple of years of conventions, I only went to Chicago conventions. And then I think maybe like around 2005 or 2006, I started to branch out more. Baldur's Gate. That's true. Baldur's Gate is like that. Baldur's Gate has got that stop and go system where it's sort of automated, but the problem with I was never that into Baldur's Gate. The problem with Baldur's, I mean, I have a lot of issues with Baldur's Gate, I guess, but the main one being in terms of the gameplay, well, there's a couple things. Baldur's Gate, you know, seems heavily designed around the fact that it's a fully saved scummable game. This is a classic problem with like old computer games. So it's hideously difficult. I mean, like, it feels like, unless you really know the game very, very well, you're kind of expected to save and load a lot. So this is kind of a brute force game. And then also, like, with the, like, stopping and the constant stopping and starting of the battle system, because, like, it's automated, but you really need to, like, stop and give orders frequently. So, in essence, it's kind of like turn-based, but it's, like, sloppy turn-based. That's how I kind of think about that. 4 crystals and no pause. Oh. Yeah, so that's even different. But of course, if it had no pause, you would expect it to be designed around that. But like old computer games can sometimes just be completely insane. So maybe it was just hideously difficult. No. Usually, if an RPG is like very automated like that, it would usually tend towards being on the simplistic side. Like, Draken is super, super simple to play through. It's not a complicated game at all to play. It's actually kind of, that makes it kind of fun and relaxing. But, I mean, the main thing that makes that game work to me is the atmosphere, though. Right, exactly, Britnoff, exactly. And I'm just not a big BioWare fan. I've never been a big fan of, like, their writing style, or, like, I've never been a big fan of, like, that whole system, like, that whole kind of, you know, if to put it in, like, unfair light, that fetishization of, like, choices that, like, old computer games have, where it's like, ooh, it's all about, can you make choices? I don't really care about. I mean, good games often do come down to, like, in a very simplistic, like, in a very basic way, good games often come down to, like, being forced to make interesting choices, for sure, in a gameplay perspective. But in terms of, like, story, I don't really, the whole idea of, like, oh, are you gonna make a story, like, making choices that have consequences in the story, to me, is not interesting. Like, it's just kind of, you know, it can be interesting, it just all depends on how curated it is. Like, a game with, like, a story that has branching paths, where there's thought put into each and every path, is cool. But when it just have paths for the sake of having paths, and it's not really, and they're not necessarily going to be always satisfying, and it kind of is the luck of the draw, it's like, that's not fun or satisfying to me. And, like, so many of those older computer games, it seems like there's just kind of, they have choices for the sake of having choices. That's kind of the way I always felt it. I mean, but, you know, like, some people really like just that kind of thing. I don't know. You know, it's also a preference thing as well. I tend to prefer more linear stories. I find linear stories more satisfying. Like, at a certain point, like, role-playing, more choicey stories, they're not really about storytelling. They're more about, like, well, they're supposed to be about, like, you telling your own story. Except they're not, because it's a compromise between you and the developer, who is the storyteller. Like, the storyteller is the one writing the story. You're just choosing the branch. But it's supposed to be creating the illusion that you're telling the story, but you're actually not. You know, it's trying to be like a pen and paper RPG. Like, in a pen and paper RPG, that's more of, like, a case where, like, it's in the best case scenario, it's an improv thing where you play a part in telling the story, you know? But computer games just aren't really like that, in my opinion. Does anybody want to talk about that? Does anybody think that that's dumb? Well, I don't know. Well, kind of getting off on a tangent, maybe. Just talking about, like, Baldur's Gate. Oh, I was talking about, like, just Baldur's Gate, BioWare, Final Fantasy 11. Where did Excel Saga? Are you still here? Did I bore you out of the chat? Song requests are on if you guys want to. It's mostly been Redmages. Oh, that's good. Yeah, Excel Saga. Well. Too bad we haven't really seen that much of each other since, you know, we haven't really been active in Final Fantasy 11. There still has been, like, MMORPGs I've been interested in checking out, but, like, that new game Crimson Desert looks kind of cool. But it's so hard to commit to games like that these days, when I could be streaming single-player games that are like, you know, just gonna be more concise satisfaction experiences, you know. Right, Britnoth, right. Yeah, I mean, like, games that have, like, tons of endings always cheat. Like, Star Ocean 2 has got, like, something like 100 endings, but it's not actually 100. It's just, like, it's more like 100 epilogues. It's more like 100 character epilogues. And you can get some different ones. Like, it's interesting, but it's not really... It's not really what makes that game good. It doesn't have that much... It's kind of an interesting detail. Generally, like, games that try to... The problem with games that try to give you a lot of choices is that they usually have to cheat in some way or another. Because it's difficult to actually curate that much choice. That many paths. Not cool at all? I'm sorry, Redmages, I know. I should try harder. You're just good? You tend to like PS1 and PS2 games? Me too, XL Saga. PS1 it might be my favorite system. In fact, yeah. In the past, I've usually said NES and Famicom, but I think that PS1 maybe has overtaken it, except I still haven't quite explored the PS1 library enough to actually truly say that, I think. But, man, PS1 is just so good. Oh, you're talking about Crimson Desert. You've heard, or wait, what is it called again? Crimson Desert? Was that it? Yeah, like the sequel to Black Desert, which also looked cool, but I never got into. Marvel Rivals. Yeah, I mean, Marvel Rivals. I respect certain things about it. I respect its like character designs and like what it is doing, but it's something that's hard for me to care about. It's not my kind of game, and it's just I'm not really interested in it. But I mean, it's, you know, yeah, I can see why people would be into that though. That's basically the successor for Overwatch and Team Fortress 2, right? Like pretty much, like that's the modern successor, right? Yeah, that's what I understand. I can see why. But I was never into Team Fortress or Overwatch either. Yeah, PS1 revolutionized gaming. Well, PS1 revolutionized gaming. Yeah, I guess if any system revolutionized gaming, if you're going to attribute that to any system, PS1 makes the most sense. But what I love about PS1 the most is it really just kind of comes down to soundtrack. Like we were talking about this earlier in the stream, how like to me the most important thing, it always goes back to soundtrack. That's like my own unique kind of quirk, is that I value soundtracks much more than most people do. And PS1 is just, I think it's the era. It's the style, and the style of that era. Something about the way that PS1 sound, like I just love PS1 soundtracks. It's you know. But I love music from all of those generations. Like 3rd through 6th generation are all super strong for soundtracks. Super Nintendo's got a lot of amazing soundtracks too. So it's a close call. But I also love the games as well. I love early 3D. I love that style. I love how experimental it is. I love how crazy a lot of the games are. So it's like there's a lot of things I love about PS1. And I love 3D platformers. Even though I started with NES, and I love 2D platformers too. One thing I love about PS1 when it comes to 3D, well, PS1 and N64, that whole generation when it comes to 3D platformers, is how it feels like, in many ways, you might say that 3D platformers of that time are the truest to the idea of what being a 3D platformer is. Like, it feels like they were really thinking about how can we take platformers from the 2D era and make them 3D. Like, the most thought that went into that, by far, has to have been from that era. And the games are rougher than what we get now. Like, these days, everything is extremely codified, is homogenized. You know, there's a formula. When it comes to... And 3D platformers in general aren't really popular, except for, like, unless they're, like, Metroid style, for the most part. But 3D platformers they're like, a very niche thing now. Like, a few... Every once in a while, like, an indie attempt to make one will come out. Or something like Yooka-Kalele will come out, you know? That tries to be Banjo-Kazooie. I still need to play that. I still haven't tried that. The reception to that was kind of mixed. Dude. Lord of the Rings music is really good. This one should be turned up. What was I saying? Damn. Like, you know, I don't like platforming in a platforming in a 3D space is so interesting to me. When it's like really trying to like use 3D and like think about how to use 3D. Yeah, it's, you know, as much I love, like, I really like Mario Odyssey and some of there's a few like modern attempts at that seem, you know, like Astrobot looks fine, it looks cool, but hey, thanks Excelsior, I appreciate that. Well, I'm doing my best. I mean, to change subjects now. Yeah, I mean, I guess what probably sets me apart from like other current webcomic artists, I guess, would be... I feel like I'm one of the only ones, or I don't know. Well, I'm sure there's probably ones I don't know about, but I feel like I'm one of the few that sticks to classic manga art. A lot of like modern webcomics now have sort of adopted the manhwa style, Korean like comics that like scroll down continuously. So they're not really trying to be print comics, and they're usually like in color now. I prefer the black and white manga aesthetic. It's a unique aesthetic, and that's the one that I really kind of fell in love with. And the Korean stuff just doesn't quite... I mean, it's good for what it is. I mean, there's nothing... It's a cool style, but it just doesn't speak to me the same way, I guess. And, but that seems to be the style that's sort of really taken over, so... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you rarely see, like, webcomic, or, like, I don't know, like independent comic... Shall we say, like, independent comic artists doing... Okay, I gotta turn this down now, probably. We heard this song... Didn't we hear this song earlier in the stream? I know we heard that earlier. Phonega. What's Phonega? No, but it's just like, yeah. Like the whole deal, like manga style, like traditional manga style black and white art, is for like an independent comic artist to be doing that these days seems quite rare, and probably it's even more rare for them to have any success, as far as I know. There could be some really big exceptions that I'm just simply not aware of. But I don't see them at conventions. Like, when you go to conventions these days, I remember when I was going to anime conventions in, like, the late 2000s, like, when webcomics had just taken off. Webcomics were huge. And there were comics, like, comic artists were, like, they were a huge, like, part of the culture of conventions. And like nowadays that's disappeared. Like that's just kind of evaporated. It's almost, I mean, you do still see it, but it's rare. I feel like it's really like quite insanely rare to see artists at conventions who their work is, and probably the reason why that is, one reason why that is because, well, of course, conventions are mega competitive, and it's just really hard to compete with, like, these big, like, the art booths selling prints with, like, this gorgeous artwork are hard to compete with, like, the way they grab people's attention. comics are just harder to sell in general than art. Because like with comics, you have to get people to like look at it. And one of the reasons why I've been able to be successful when other people aren't is like I have a technique to get people to actually like look at my stuff. And most people most artists don't really have that. It's really hard to sell comics at conventions. But another reason I think is probably just because of the fact that everything's turned into manga. Oh, manga for phones. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I get what you mean, Britnoff. Right, so yeah, like that's it. Manhwa isn't really good for print, so it's not really good for conventions. That's right, Excel Saga. The infamous card signs. Hey, you gotta do what you can. Like, I'm lucky that I managed to find a technique that works for me, that gets people's attention at conventions, so I can kind of compete with all these crazy print artists. With their gigantic booths of, like, gorgeous art. You know? You always, when you go to, when I go to an anime convention, and you kind of look around in the different booths, you always kind of get the impression there's like, okay, there's clearly like about 20%, maybe 10% of these artists that are making like 80% of the money. Is that, and that's really just how it feels. And I'm not in that group. Like I do pretty well for being a comic artist, but I'm not in like the top 5% or anything, but you know. But that's, you know what I mean? Like it's just, yeah, it feels like, it's just tough for that reason. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how you got to do it, Excel Saga. Like, the number one first step, the reason why it's so hard to sell comics at a convention is because how do you get them? The only way to get people to look at your stuff is pretty much to, like, talk to them or find some way to, like, break the ice. And you either have to do what I do with like come up with like this unique thing with signs, where you're like holding up signs to people, or you've got to be very aggressive. And if you think about what the typical artist type, it's the opposite of aggressive. It's passive. That's why the type of like stuff that flourishes at conventions are things you can sell while being passive. You know. So, you know, it's difficult. So, I mean, you know, I'm pretty lucky that I found... I mean, other people could certainly just copy what I do, but nobody seems to... I have seen a couple people... there's been a couple people who, like, were like, dude, you're out of control. And they started, like, copying me. Like, there was, like... I think there was, like, one guy in particular. It was, like, he was, like, right next to me, and he made his own impromptu signs and tried to copy me. Like, I got signs too. And it didn't really work out for him because there's kind of like a practice technique to it. You can't just like whip it up. Is this music really loud or is it just me? I don't know. Let me know if the music gets too loud, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, you know what I mean. I mean, anyway, conventions are difficult. Like, and also, just succeeding as an artist is difficult. And everyone who talks about AI these days, oh my god. You know, AI is going to destroy the artist's jobs. And, you know, there's definitely some truth to that. That, like, AI is you know, AI, automation in general is going to take away jobs of everybody for sure. But also, it's never been easy to be an artist. Like, even before there was any AI, most artists failed anyway. You know. You have an unpopular opinion? Well, that's okay, Britt. No, I mean, you can share it if you want to. I'm not one of these people that's like... I mean, I'm probably on the I can tell if you say unpopular opinion, I'm probably generally on the opposite side of you, but I'm not one of these people that's like psychotic about it. I think I have a little bit more of a nuanced view, but when it comes to like AI art, I'm definitely, well, I mean, you know, you can tell me your opinion. AI is gonna wreck us. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that AI overall is like a good It just depends on how you use it, but then, you know, the tricky part is like, what does that mean, you know? The problem with like AI art is it's essentially like all, in some sense, it's stolen art. You know, it's stolen data, you know? It's not an AI coming up with something on their own. It's an AI harvesting your data and then essentially recompartmentalizing your data. And it's gotten better at it. Like, AI used to be really bad. Like, it used to be very simplistic and bad. And it used to be very obvious in the fact that it was just simply copying other people's art and regurgitating it. But it's much more sophisticated now at regurgitating art to where you can't really tell. But yet, that's still all it's doing, you know? All AI art is stolen. So that's, if what you do is so easily replaced by a glorified copying machine, are you really making anything valuable to begin with? Yeah, well, I mean, look. That's a bit callous of a point of view. But I will say, I mean, there is a grain of truth to that, too. Going along with what I said, what does it do? It makes things more competitive, but things were already really competitive too. You know, it's a tough field to succeed in. You know, for sure. And I do to a certain extent, I think that it's a scapegoat. Like, before, when you inevitably like try to be an artist and fail, which 99% of artists would, at least, or fail to make any kind of like decent living, right? Like, even like any time in history, 99.9% of artists are gonna fail. At least they didn't have the excuse of, well, it's AI that made me fail. And now these days, like 99.95 artists might fail, or like me, maybe 99.93 artists will fail. Look, the AI definitely. But so, I mean, my issue, it's not so much that the AI is stealing jobs. That's not the point, I think. I mean, it is. I mean, you gotta find ways to find value in what you're doing, for sure. But to me, it's not so much about that. It's about the fact that it is an AI. If a company's using AI for a commercial process and that's taken away from your job, if it's taken away your job, that means it's commercial product. If it's a commercial product, that means they're making money. And if they're making money off of it, that means they're making money off of your art. They are making money off of your art without paying you. And I think a good way to think about it is, I mean, I'm sure you've all seen Office Space. Essentially, it's in a way, it's the Office Space scheme. Only instead of like stealing half a penny from everyone, they're stealing half a penny's worth of art from anyone. Like, that's basically what it is. Yeah. Feel similar? Well, I mean, I get why it would feel similar, but think about it this way, though. We're talking about, it's an advancement in technology, but this is not a new medium. We're talking about algorithms that take. So AI is not making new art from scratch. Its art is repurposed old art. So, okay, and then the classic argument that people will make is like, okay, well, yeah, but your ideas come from some, like, people also reference things, but that's different. I don't think that holds water. I think that it's people like, it's all your ideas don't come from. I think that people are capable of true creativity in a certain sense, like the way in which we like, because like art can come from like basically anywhere. Like, you know, art doesn't necessarily come from like, I'm going to look at Bleach, I'm going to copy Bleach, right? You know, it doesn't have to come from anyone's art style. It doesn't have to come from looking. You can come up with an art style without having any other references, period. You can, there's infinite ways to draw, but the computer doesn't have infinite ways. It's not true creativity. It is repurposing old art. So it's fundamentally different. And sure, there are artists that, like, essentially they are kind of they're doing the same thing. They're copying. there's bad artists that are kind of not really coming up with anything new. They're kind of repurposing old stuff too. But that's not all artists. You know, see what I'm saying? So, and again, it all goes back to AI art being used for a commercial product. They're making money off your art. Like, it's your data. I'm not saying it should be illegal. I mean, maybe it should be illegal. Maybe that's the easiest way to do it. But my idea was like, okay, well, like honestly, like I would be fine with AI art if here's my crazy idea. If all artists that had art online, if there was some sort of database where it's like, okay, I have art online, but I'm in a database, and any AI that trains off my art, any time that art is used, I have to get a fraction of a penny. You know, you should be paid. Because the art that's being used for that commercial product was trained off of your art. So your art is, even if it's like by a tiny bit, is partially responsible for that commercial product. So you should be paid that fraction of a penny every time the AI. And if that was the case, maybe things would be different. Because right now AI art is essentially what it is it's kind of a scam. It's kind of a way to essentially steal art without seeming like it's stealing art. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it when it comes to AI art. Now, when it comes to AI, it depends on what it's doing. Like, there's something that our AI is doing that seems like extremely beneficial. And automation is inevitable. And, I don't think that we should be afraid of automation. Like, I mean, we just have to change the way we think about, like, the economy or whatever, you know? Hey, silly putty's here, dude. Force of nature is similar to your art. That's good references. That's good references. Silly Putty, do you like burgers that are very, very, very good? Oh, yeah, I know. So that's my opinion about the AI art specifically. If people have this idea that it's like, oh, well, it's just, I don't know. It's like that Star Trek thing again. It's like, well, Data made paintings. It's not like that. There's no such thing as AI art that does original anything. It's just algorithms. It's repurposing things. Like, even AI search engines and AI assistants are, I mean, there's not an intelligence there. It's just, I don't think, like, people never really conceived of this idea that algorithms could be this sophisticated, But, like, it's not an intelligence. Like, the AI is just trying to give you whatever answer it thinks you want to hear based on just, like, algorithmical, like, responses that it has. It doesn't have an opinion. It doesn't think. It doesn't have an opinion. It's just an algorithm that spits out. You feed it in. It's an insanely complicated algorithm, but it's an algorithm nonetheless. You feed it an input, and it spits out an output. And it has certain programming to do that, But then, like, the weaknesses are there too. Like, it also, like, it doesn't have any sort of memory. It has no memory. It can't remember. It can't learn. There's no learning. Except in that, except in so far as how it trains from data, And I think that, I don't know, my suspicion is that even though, like, AI has been getting more powerful and sophisticated at, like, an alarming rate, I feel like there might be a point where there starts to be diminishing returns, because, like, at a certain point, the AI just feeds off itself as well. AI, like, it's learning from, it has the entire internet to learn from. But once the internet becomes more and more infested with AI content, then it's just learning from itself. And at that point, it's not actually really learning anything. So it just feels like there's got to be a point where there's got to be diminishing returns. Maybe we're just not there yet. I don't know, you know? I could be totally wrong though. I don't know. That's my sense, I think. But I don't know, I could be totally wrong. Well, you guys want to talk about AI anymore? Is that enough about that? What do you guys think about AI? Is it stupid? Let me know in the comments. Very, very good. Okay, maybe this is a good time to refresh. Let's see. As I started doing a quick refresh. All right, 20. So 2400. All right. Well, seems pretty good to me. We're still on day 1, and we're already halfway towards the goal. I'll definitely take that. Historically, in my Kickstarters, usually they do they hover around between 9 and 10,000. That's usually what they reach. And I'm totally fine with that. You know, it'd be nice to have a Kickstarter that's like blossoms into one of these like mega successful. Like you hear about these Kickstarters, like, oh, it raised $1 million. I don't know. You like I was looking at Kickstarters for my research, and sometimes it's like these really random webcomics I've never heard of. It's like, how did that make $500,000? That's insane. It's like I'd like to make $500,000, but you know that's the minority. I mean, most people that do these kind of things either are modest successes or not successful at all. But you know, I don't know. It's cool. It's cool. It's whatever. Having enough money to print more books is certainly good. Having a completed book series would be nice. I'm kind of getting there. So this is going to be volume 13. Like right now, I'm sort of I'm tentatively thinking that maybe the series could end after 18 volumes. So what am I in right now? Chapter, let me see. But that's probably, you know what? It's probably not going to be the case. I'm in chapter 68. If it ended with volume 18, it would end at chapter 71. That's probably not... you know, I don't know. Maybe 19 books is more realistic, but 19 is just not a satisfying number, though. So I'm going to have to stretch it out to 20? Like, I don't know. But at any rate, yeah, it's definitely getting a lot closer to the end. I could see Flipside actually ending within the next 5 years. For sure. Like, we're getting that close. Like, this chapter right here is going to be the final chapter before the final arc. Or not even arc, but like final... Well, yeah, final arc, I guess, yeah. That's how close it's getting. But then, like... I kind of have some ideas for some denouement stuff. So even after the final arc, there's some stuff I want to write. Like, I like stories that have denouements, like, you know, like Lord of the Rings, like Scouring of the Shire. Like, I got some ideas like that. So, but at the same time, I want to end the series though, just because it feels like after 25 years you should end your series, you know, or after 30 years for sure. It's too long. 13 volumes is a lot for an independent comic or manga. I'm sure there's got to be other manga or comics out there, like other independent comics that are at or above 13 volumes, but they're probably pretty few. But especially not ones like this. I mean, there definitely are some that are like more like web strip based. But like long form stories, you know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Kickstarter is not on screen. put it back on stream. Kickstarter is still there. It's still there, guys. It's still there. Hey, if you want to, feel free to donate to my Kickstarter. But if you don't want to, that's cool too. Hey, whatever you want to do. See, I'm a good salesman. I never really liked... I've actually worked several sales jobs in my life. I never really liked being a pushy salesman. I remember like in high school, I had a brief stint where I tried to do telemarketing. And I think, I don't know, like in some ways it probably helped me like be a little bit more assertive, like socially, but I also just like learned that I don't really like it, so. Like, so that, I don't know, I think that's why my technique at conventions sort of evolved into this sign thing, because I don't really like... What I used to do originally was kind of just hold my comic out and be like, hey, do you want to check out my comic? Hey, do you want to check out my comic? And like that over and over again, and like it kills your voice. You know, and it's unfun. And it's kind of unpleasant to like be yelling at people all the time. Like, I mean, you're not really yelling at them, but you know, can feel like, you know. So... The sign thing is great because you just simply hold up the sign. It's like, hey, do you want to check out my comic? It doesn't feel aggressive, but it does get people's attention in a way. It's still aggressive. I always find it very amusing when people sort of like answer my sign. Like people are walking by, I'm holding up my sign saying, hey, do you want to check out my comic? And like sometimes people will be like, no thanks. Or like, or they'll shake their head or whatever. Like, they'll answer it. They'll answer it yes or no. And it always makes me laugh. Feel the need to answer the sign. But, I mean, I guess that's why it works, you know? I guess it makes people feel like they... It's aggressive without being aggressive. That's why... Yeah, but like then even after they like I get their attention and then they're like, you know, there's the little sales pitch that you go through and then you know you hand them the comic and like here, check it out, look at it, and that really is like the main thing. It's just to get them to look at it, and then from there like maybe you can get them to buy it. But I've never really been like that. I'm not really that pushy at all. Like I've got my little thing where I like ask, hey, do you want to like try a book? You get a free sketch. And if they say no, I will rarely ever, like, do any kind of follow-up or rebuttal whatsoever. All right. Yeah. Although I've gotten pretty good at telling if someone seems interested or not. I've been, like, doing this stupid presentation for, like... What is it? Well, probably close to 20 years now. I don't remember the exact year when I started using the signs, but I think it would have been like Otakon, late 2000s. I remember it was Otakon though, which is a convention I haven't been back to in a long time because it's like so ridiculous to try to get into that convention. The Legendary Bulls. I was in Chicago. I was part of the hype. That's Skittles. That's true. I was. You guys want to talk about the Chicago Bulls? No, you don't want to do that, do you? No. Never mind. I don't want to either. I have no clue what's even going on with them. Chicago Bulls. That should tell you like just how big the Chicago Bulls were in the Michael Jordan era. Even I watched the Chicago Bulls in the Michael Jordan era. That's how big they were. Like even I watched them. Since then, I don't even watch. These days I haven't watched sports in a long time. I guess, to be fair, like I sort of went through a period of like a phase where I was trying to get into sports. Because, you know, I was a young lad. I was trying things. I was trying to like see what I could do to be popular or whatever, you know. Like, I also tried like getting into metal music for like about a year. Like bought heavy metal t-shirts and bought metal albums. I tried to get into metal. And I basically learned that I don't really like metal, but it sort of took me a while. For a while there, I was kind of like listening to like Slayer and like I was like nodding my head and like, oh yeah, this is cool. I was really trying hard to get into it. Name 3 Chicago Bulls. Yeah, I actually can do that. I mean, well, if you mean now, there's no way I cannot do that. I can't even name one. But if you mean of all time, I can. I can actually name a bunch because of following the Bulls back in that era. I can name like there's Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, Dennis Rodman are kind of the big three that were on that team. And then you have like Tony Kukoc, the 3-pointer. Horace Grant I think he was the dude with like the goggles. That was like his thing. He wore goggles. Let's see, who else do I remember? Thank you. Maybe it's only those 5. Hold on. I used to know a lot of them because I actually did watch a lot of those games. Like I said, I actually, everybody in Chicago watched the Bulls in those times. Oh, Steve Kerr. I remember the name Steve Kerr. I don't remember Craig Hodges, though, for some reason. I remember Steve Kerr. Let me see. Can I think of any others? I guess that's all I can really think of is just those names. Oh, Bill Cartwright. Yeah, Bill Cartwright. Wasn't he like the heavy dude? He was like a heavy dude, or he was the guy that like knocked people over. I don't know. My memories are fuzzy though. Big tall center. Hey, I was right. Yeah, see, there's some like vague fuzzy memories there. Bill Cartwright, that's right. BJ Armstrong. Oh, I remember that name too. Yeah, BJ Armstrong. Right. Right, that's right. Wow. Oh, let's listen to Metroid Fusion music. That's a good idea. Wow. Yeah. Skittles, Luke Longley. That name sounds familiar as well. Skittles, so like, did you watch the Bulls at that time? You seem to know them. John Paxson. Okay, now John Paxson I forget. Like, that name I forget. I guess I can. John Paxson. No, doesn't ring a bell. I guess I know some other basketball famous players from just like, accumulating it over the years, like the famous dudes like Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Larry Bird. Some of the names I just know like from like sports games more so than like, oh yeah, Larry Bird, he was in a bunch of games. Magic Johnson, he had a bunch of games. Although like these are, what is that one dude who's like terrible? He says terrible. What is that? Oh, hold on a second, guys. My wife is calling. Hello. Hi, we're just talking about all kinds of things on my stream, which has been going now. My stream is... Oh, wow, it's after midnight. When did that happen? Oh, the Paxton... Oh, that's okay. No, I'm sorry that I've been busy all day, honey. And, oh, well, I mean, it's going good. I think, like, my Kickstarter's up to $2,400. So that's good. And, I mean, slowing down a little bit, but, it's still going. And it's been, so I spent the first part of the stream playing video games. I played, like, some modern games on Steam for a change. And then the second part, I spent working on this artwork right here. See? I penciled this page, and then I'm inking this. So I'm getting some work done, and I'm providing entertainment for people, and I'm entertaining myself, and I'm talking to my wife. I'm doing everything. Yeah.
Yeah, when you finish, we'll talk about the
Okay. Yeah, sure, no problem. Well, yeah, I'll probably try to finish soon. I've been streaming now for, yeah, let's see, since 12:45. Almost 12 hours now, almost 12 hours. So, not bad for a Kickstarter stream. Let's ask the chat how they enjoy. Skittles, Silly Putty, have you guys enjoyed my 12-hour stupid stream of great content? I asked them in a confusing way. So you're back home now? At the house?
Yeah.
And your bike is all back safe and sound without any scratches? That's good. So what did you eat today?
Noodles.
Written off, it was leading, but it was confusingly leading, wasn't it? Oh, noodles? Ah. Like pancit?
Yes, pancit canton.
Pancit canton? Oh, was it just like instant noodles? Oh, I see. Well, did you get to put anything in it, or is it just like just noodles?
Eggs. I put some eggs.
Okay, nice. Well, that sounds pretty good.
It is.
Well, that's good. And anything? I don't know. How's everything going back in your house now?
I don't know what happened here, honey. But may mga tao there's.
I see. So you don't know what happened? Well, what? Yeah. Well, what happened? I mean, like, what's going on? Is everything cool?
He go to the hospital. Tanggol, you know Tanggol?
Oh, Tangol? Yeah, I do. He went to the hospital?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. Do you know why?
Because of the asthma or something.
Oh, because of asthma. Oh, wow. Oh well, I hope he's okay. Do you guys remember Tangul? He was the one when I did the Philippines stream. He was the one who was walking on the stilts in the, and he was the one who was like playing. I got.
One.
Oh no.
That's Tungal.
Oh, that's Tungal.
That's the baby bala, always crying.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Tangul, not Tungal. Tangul. I'm sorry, baby. Okay, okay, I see. The one who's always crying. Oh, he had to go to the hospital because of asthma, huh? Oh, well, that's also not good. That's good, Silly Putty. So I'm probably not going to stream too much longer. So if there's anything you guys want to ask me about the Kickstarter or art or life or anything, just go ahead and let me know, all right? Do you think it's I guess you don't know what's going on, huh? Well, I hope he's okay. Did he have to go to Valencia? Did they take Tangol to Valencia? Did they take him to Valencia City?
Yes.
Because that's like the closest hospital. Let's see. I'm sorry, honey.
Love you.
I love you too. Love you too. Well, I'll probably stop my stream.
And we will get the rice in the kuan. We're gonna sell it, and also we're gonna consume rice.
You said you're gonna eat some rice?
No, we'll get the rice in the bodega.
Oh, bodega warehouse.
Yeah, we're gonna buy rice.
I see. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, you always got to get more rice, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna sell it. There's no stock anymore.
Oh, I see. Well, that's good. People need their rice in the Philippines. Hey, welcome back, Excel Saga.
I'm gonna practice motor muna, ha?
Okay. Right now we're talking to my wife in the Philippines, Excel Saga.
Oh my god, ice cream naman sa bawang kiro mo.
This, oh man, this is a really good song, but it's too vocal. Maybe I can just turn it down, I guess. I guess it's fine. It's low enough. Yeah. Guys, I actually understand some of the words in this song now. I've been going back trying to like re-practice my Japanese recently. I got this really good kanji flashcard thing on my phone that's like probably the best. I might like not even use Rocket Japanese anymore. I think this kanji flashcard thing is like really good. It's kind of like it feels like a great way to study for me anyway. Who has like some kind of intermediate language. Like there's a lot of kanji that like I'm sort of recognize a little bit, but I need to really study up on and like brush up on more. Yeah, that's my wife's motorcycle Skittles. Sorry about that. Yeah, there it goes again. That's okay, honey. Your motorcycle is just beeping. Iranai naze. So I don't. Why don't you need? Hmm? The problem is like it's hard. I have to like think for like a few minutes, like translate one. Harashi koto nashita ni. That's like so new thing. New thing. Let's just like do a new thing, right? Harashi koto nashita ni. Like doing a new thing. I mean, okay. So now like the whole song is passed by the time it takes me to like translate that in my head. Yeah, I need a lot more practice. But you know what I realized the other day? Like, it's okay. I sort of like slowed down in my Japanese studies. I put it on hold and I started to try to learn like Filipino Bisaya, and I've got some of that now. But you know, it's kind of like writing. Oh, hello. Hi, there's Tungal. Hello. Hello, kumusta? How are you? Good. Akopud, me too.
You too.
Yes, I'm streaming now. I'm doing a Kickstarter. Okay, I'm gonna just stop the music for a second since there's like Philippine stuff happening. We can just listen to that for a second. Okay, so my wife is now getting on a motorcycle, and she's gonna practice riding a motorcycle. Hi, I'm streaming. Hold on a second. Let me get the auto translator. Hold on a second. Wait. Yes, Bisaya to English. Kumusta? Unsa? Wait, that didn't work. English to Bisaya. English to Cebuano. Cebuano. I don't know if there is a Bisaya word for streaming. Nog streaming ko sa internet. Nog streaming ko sa internet. I am streaming on the internet. My wife is currently on a new bike.
Yes, your wife is trying.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. I like your English.
Look at your wife. Where to go?
Imong English maayo. There she goes. And she just kind of like went down the street like a little tiny bit.
She's trying a type of.
Yeah, she's doing her best. Naning kamot ka. How was it? Okay, you're going somewhere? All right, all right. Take care, drive safe. Okay. All right, bye. There she goes. Bye. Okay, my wife just drove off. Whoa. Whoa. I should put that on the stream. She just drove off. Okay. And then, hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Musta?
Oh, okay long. Ikaw?
Okay lang.
Kanu sa ka mag-drive? I'm just kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke. I asked him when he was going to drive. Joking. It's a joke. Wait, let me ask you this. Do you think Donna will be a good driver? Abi ba nimo ug maayo nga driver si Donna?
Ayaw na mag-drive siya.
That sounds... Yes. Yes. Oh, Skittles says no driving until you're 8. I'm gonna tell him that in Bisaya. Ningon akong amigo nga ayaw pag-drive hangtod 8 anyos ka.
Di daw ka mag-drive og motor ang anyos.
Ikaw kasabot ka?
Oh, kasabot ko!
Kasabot? Really? Wow. Well, that's good. I don't think he understood that at all. Good, good. Okay. It's hard to speak in... that's not what I said, Skittles. It's hard to speak in other languages. Oh, let's see. Wait. Ikaw... Wait, I don't need a translator for this. I know this. Ikaw... Karon Giyunsa. How do I ask, what are you doing? Wait, sorry. Maybe I... Oh, unsa imong gibuhat.
Naglagi na way mahimo.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Keep it up. Keep it up. Right now, I'm talking to the kid who... do you guys remember when I did my Philippines review stream the last time? This is the kid who was on the stilts. And it's the kid who I got to play Super Castlevania 4. I had the video of him playing Super Castlevania. I brought my laptop, and he's never played any video games before. I got him to play Super Castlevania 4, Contra, and Super Mario Bros. 1. I'm going to ask him if he likes video games. Ganahan ka og video game. Game. Let's save it. Ganahan ka og games. Maybe Dula. Dula doesn't work. Play. I don't know. Oh, wait, I know. Oh, I know. I'll show him the controller. Okay. Ganahan ka ug Dula. Ganahan ka? Maayo. Maayo. Ako pud. Maayo. All right, I just communicated with an 8-year-old in the Philippines. I asked him if he likes video games, and he said yes. Good. I'm talking right now. Wait. I am. What?
I will hit your wife.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Giyunsa kana. Or wait. How was it? Naunsa na. Okay, that didn't seem to work. Mm-hmm. Voila? Oh, no? Okay. I think we have a failure of communication. Okay. How do let's see. I'm going to try to ask this again. Or say this. Karon nag streaming ko sa internet. Internet. Streaming. Ikaw kasabot ka? Internet. Streaming. Like, see, I have a camera right here. Computer. Computer. Internet. Ikaw kasabot ka? Oh, okay. All right, good. I hope that means yes. I mean, or instead of just like, I'm going to just say yes. I'm going to just say okay. Okay, good.
Do you want to see?
Oh, yeah. Oo. Do I want to see? Gane. Unsa.
Your wife.
Oh, my wife. Oh, is she back? Bale? Balik? No, wait. What is return? Return.
Yes.
Dana Pagbalik?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes. I do want to see. Sure. I don't think that's the case, Skittles. Okay. I don't know what's happening right now. They asked if I want to see my wife, but nothing's... Oh, I guess she's going to get her. Okay. I see. All right, guys. I think we're on the same page. I think everything's good. I think that we maybe all are on the same page. Oh, let me show you what I'm doing actually. I'm drawing this right now. Karon dibujo, draw. Ako, dibujo. Dibujo.
Let me see.
Ako dibujo. Para internet. Dibujo para internet.
Good.
Good. Salamat. Yeah, it's not. Sometimes you can tell when you say something, it's like, okay, that worked. And it's like, sometimes it's like, you try to say more than like, you try to say a sentence, all of a sudden it's like, what? Oh, man. Languages are so difficult.
Hit for my face.
Your face? Uh-huh. I'm gonna nod and pretend like I understand. Yeah. Well, you know what? it's close enough to communication.
Upat daw kami niyo isa tuloy taon.
Very few people in her village actually speak English aside from her and like one or two other people. And then some of them know like a few words here and there. But I think they're confused maybe as to why I'm talking, because I keep trying to explain to them that I'm streaming, but I don't know if I don't know. Because they have streaming. Like they have YouTube and TikTok. They know what streaming is. Oh wait, let me try asking this. Maybe if I ask it this way. Listen. Nahibalan nimo kung unsa ang streaming, di ba? Di ba? I don't. That's not the response I was up. Good. Yeah, I don't. Okay. All right. I'm not sure.
Wala, kuwasa daw. Search mo to. Malubat. Nya, lubat na ko na to. Kasi mas bata na to, di ba ikaw? Ayaw pa lupo.
This is good practice, though. Man, even with the auto translator, like the Google translator, it's like some things are still just hard to communicate for some reason. But this Google translator is like very imperfect, and it doesn't, and like also like their village has its own dialect, so it's like, you know. Yeah. Tough. All right. All right. What? Maybe I'll play more music. Here we go. Okay.
Di mo na yung search it.
What's that?
Search sa iPhone. Kasi nagyan mo. Dili ako, pusta. Wala ay pusta kay wala yung pusta fukal. Dili ko pusta. Tatatabi. Naglaban.
I wonder what they're saying. Sometimes I can kind of piece it together from context, or the words I know. Salamat. I showed him my drawing again and he said good. I said thank you. Salamat is thank you. Salamat, yes. Yes, it is. At least I know that. Oh, okay, she's back. Okay, guys, look, my wife is back, has returned. There she is. She's returned. Hello. Hello, Donna. Hello. Good job. You returned safely and in one piece. This thing kind of got moves now. Okay. It's very hard. It's very hard. Game, well, you know this game. Umihara Kawase Shun. It's actually a very hard game. That's right, I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. It really is a very hard game. Guys, remember when I played this on stream for like 100 hours? Umihara Kawase Shun. Trust me, it's a really hard game. I think the people in the Philippines right now think I'm crazy because I'm singing this stupid song. They think I'm crazy. They think that I'm actually crazy. How is it? Honey, how was the drive? Yeah? You look good on the motorcycle. Like, you look... The most important thing is that you look good. You look like you were born to ride. Honey. You look like you were born to ride a motorcycle. Is it hot?
It's very hot.
Init kaayo. Guys, init kaayo. That means very hot. Oh. I want to ask you...
Going to get the rice.
Oh, you're going to go get the rice? Okay. Honey, can I ask you a question real quick? I was trying to ask them... I was trying to get them to tell them that I was streaming. Could you ask them if they understood that I'm streaming on the internet? It's really curious to know if they actually understood that or not. Oh, he doesn't know? Does he know what streaming is? Oh, okay. I see. Well, I guess that explains it then. Okay, take care, honey. Take care. Drive safe. Love you too. Bye. Alright. I'm going to try to finish this page, and then we'll probably wrap up the stream at that point. So, about 13 hours of stream today. Alright, did you guys enjoy that Philippines interlude? I hope you did. My wife is currently practicing to, like, learn how to drive a motorcycle. Hey, it sounds like good motorcycle music. Dude, this just reminded me. You know, another game I really, really want to replay badly is this game, Soul Blazer. Man, that would be so fun. It's not even that long of a game. Man, this game... I keep thinking about going back to this game. I think I might actually just really like this game. I mean, I really like actors. I still need to play, like, Illusion of Gaia and Terranigma. But... And I will at some point, but... Maybe I should do a whole quintet special where I play through, like, ActRaiser 2, Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, and Terranigma. Those are the big ones, right? I streamed ActRaiser 1 and 2 before, but it was a long time ago. Kinda due to play them again. Yeah, that would be really fun. So many things I could stream that would be very fun. Do 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 do.
was a good song too. Definitely getting a little tired now. The all-day stream has happened. Do like 12 hours of streaming. 12 hours with like a half-hour break to eat some fish. I've still never done a 24-hour stream. I bet I could do it. I bet I could do it like, and I don't think it'd be that hard. Do a 24-hour stream. I'm not gonna do it now. I kind of don't really want to do it because like I'd rather just kind of get my sleep, I guess. 12 hours is like good enough. That's plenty. That's plenty of stream, right? You don't need more than that. Longest I've done, I believe, is some 15-hour streams playing Elden Ring specifically. No, well, actually, there's also there's a few. I know now because I've gone through and uploaded all my streams to YouTube, and the 12+ hour streams have to be cut because YouTube can't accept videos that are longer than 12 hours. So, yeah, like a couple of, some of the New Year's specials playing through Kingsfield 2 and 3, those went longer for 12 hours. Some of the Elden Ring streams, I believe there's a couple of UFO 50 streams that went longer than 12 hours as well. So there's a few here and there. But I should do a 24-hour stream one of these days, just to, for the hell of it. You guys, Skittles, should I do a 24-hour stream? What do you think? It's not Skittles. I'll just do whatever he says. Okay, he seems to, I think he seems to be into it. I'm not quite sure. Sounds like he's leaning towards yes. Skittles, when's the last time you stayed up for 24 hours in a row? I've definitely done that. Not streaming, but... Oh, okay. Alright, Skittles. Just asking. You know, I just thought I'd ask, you know. Well, I'm running out of words to come out of my mouth now. Skittles, I'm running out of words to come out of my mouth. What do I do? Thanks, Skittles. Well, oh, I almost finished. I have to finish. I'm just about finished. I think what I'm going to do probably is stop the stream in just a sec. So we almost just about got to half funded. That's pretty good. Pretty good for one day, I would say. All right, so Kickstarter off to a good start. I made some art. I made some art happen. I played some games. Yeah, I could play like a little bit more video game or something, maybe. I did, Skittles. I did do that. I don't know. Maybe I should just play like a little bit more video game or something, and really just stretch the stream out. Because I do feel like I lack the energy to continue to create art at this time. So here's what we inked this page. This page was drawn from scratch, penciled and inked. Not bad. I think it looks pretty good. Let me just check the script to make sure I didn't draw the wrong character in like a panel or something. I think it's shame it's like it's got kind of really smudged here in the middle. I don't think that be there, but when I scan it, should be fine. Oh, I forgot to draw like a balloon there, but that can be fixed later. And then I also penciled this page here, which I'll just ink at a later time. Oh yeah, this got really smudged here. That's kind of... Oh well. Alright. That has happened before, Skittles, like once or twice. Yeah, I spilled my drink on a page. I don't know if like I spent hours and then directly afterwards. Probably. I have spilled things onto pages before. Dude, I've got like a stack of pages downstairs. They got messed up, but like something got spilled onto them. And there's like a whole stack of them that and I tried to like dry them out the best I could, but they've got a little bit wrinkled. I mean, you know, they're still, maybe I'll sell them one of these days. But they're still, you know, they're still maybe usable if I needed to rescan them. But I'm not really worried about rescanning my stuff. I mean, that's why I'm selling the original pages. Hopefully I don't have to worry about it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Should I do more game? Nah, I don't know. I should probably just... This is a good point to end the stream. Yeah. I appreciate this. Hey, Skittles, thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out with me for, today. For the all-day stream. Appreciate it. And, hey, vocab, thank you. And, yeah, the Kickstarter, it's the first day of the Kickstarter there. You know, I would say it's going good. I'm happy with it. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and raid somebody. Should we raid Macaw again? Should we raid Cyber... Maybe we'll go with Cyber Zerker Alpha again. Yeah, I might be back tomorrow to play... Well, I'll have to go back to Fire Emblem, of course. I got to finish Fire Emblem. Hey, thank you, Silly Putty. You have a good one, too. All right, thanks, everyone, again. Once again, thanks for watching. Thanks for to anyone who contributed to the Kickstarter. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And, for anyone who just watched, thank you as well. Hope you have a good night. Take care. See ya next time. Later.